request now if the audience can move to the center.
Good morning, everyone. We welcome you all to the British Council, Delhi. It's great to see you all. Before we formally kick off the proceedings for the day, we would like to invite you, our audience in the theatre, and all those who have joined us virtually, to respond to a quick question. Your input will help us in setting the tone for today. On your mobile phones, please go to www.mentimeter.com. Enter the code that will come up on the screen and feed in your response to this question. So the question is, how are you planning to use generative AI in the classroom? The code is mentioned on the screen. If you could go to www.mentimeter.com, enter the code and feed in your response. While we are all feeding our responses, allow me to begin with a few housekeeping announcements. We request everyone to be careful while using the stairs and avoid movement during the sessions. There are emergency exit doors on your left and right. In case of any emergency, please use the nearest exit door. In case of any alarms, hopefully not, please remain seated and don't panic. There will be volunteers and staff to guide you. Washrooms are located at the ground floor outside the theatre. Lastly, to avoid any disturbance and for everyone to enjoy the sessions, please keep your mobile phones on silent and please avoid flash photography. In case of any assistance, please contact the staff on duty at the registration desk. Sure. Thank you for all those responses. Those who have just arrived today, we have this Mentimeter screen. If you could use your mobile phones, go to mentimeter.com, enter the code, and please feed in your responses. And meanwhile, now let's proceed with the official welcome. Good morning again. I'm Peenal Rana, Education Manager, British Council, Delhi. Dear educators, dignitaries, and guests, a warm welcome on the day 2 of the British Council and CBSE School Education Conference on furthering innovation and sustainable education in schools. We are thrilled to have you us all here. A special welcome to those who have joined in person at the British Council Theatre and those who have joined us virtually through the YouTube live link. The event will run until 4 p.m. today with 2 refreshment breaks and a lunch break in between. We hope all of you make the best use of this opportunity to network and actively engage in conversations through the day. Moving on to the inaugural session of the conference, may I now invite Ritika Chandaparuk, MBE Director Education, British Council, to deliver the welcome address. Ritika, can we have you on stage, please?
Good morning, everyone, and welcome once again to our theatre. When you're on the day 2 of a conference, the energy starts to flag a bit. But I'm happy to say that we have hardcore enthusiasts who are braving the Delhi cold, traffic, and everything else to be with us early this morning. Looking forward to a great conversation. I would like to specially welcome today Ms. Prachi Pandey, IAS Joint Secretary, Institutions and Training, who will, in a short while from now, deliver the keynote address. We are extremely grateful to the Ministry of Education, who serve as an inspiration to us and guide us, right through from our engagement with the International Cooperation Cell. Yesterday, Dr. Sanjay Kumar was with us, telling us his vision of how he sees collaboration with us. Today, we welcome Ms. Pandey to share the keynote address and tell us a bit about what we should be doing more of, what we should be doing less of, and how we should be engaged in this area. So, Ms. Pandey, please.
Ritika, I would request you to facilitate Ms. Pandey. Ma'am, please. Thank you so much, ma'am, for being here. It's a pleasure to have you here. So now, as Ritika mentioned, we have the keynote address by Ms. Prachi Pandey, IAS Joint Secretary, Department of School Education and Literacy. Get ready to be inspired as she speaks on the topic, Enhancing Continuing Teacher Professional Development and Capacity Building Initiative in Schools.
So, thank you very much. Thank you, Ritika. And thank you. It's very nice to actually be here. I believe we have almost 4,000 people who have joined in online, physically, etc. And it's also diverse. I understand that we have got people from the state education boards, as well as from the schools, CBSE schools, and of course from the British Council, so a wide variety of stakeholders. And we're probably addressing one of the key elements which will actually take forward our education sector in the future. Governance and capacity building of teachers for quality education. It's something which I handle, and it's really close to my heart, because I think it was Dylan Williams who said that every teacher needs to improve, not because they are not good enough, but because they can be even better. And I think that's a very critical aspect that needs to be part of our institutions, our institutional values, that we can be better, and the challenges that are there before us are actually all opportunities. As you know, in India, over the years, what we have, one of the biggest changes that we have had in teacher education is to first meet, aside from the qualitative demands, we actually have a quantitative factor. There has been a rapid spatial as well as numerical expansion of schooling facilities at all levels in India. And because of that, there has been a corresponding increase in the demand for teachers. Exactly that demand, how is it being met? Are we, and how is the demand being met, and how is that demand being met qualitatively? Because I just saw that you had a survey on AI. Now, the point is that the inputs as well as the outcomes, they keep changing, they are dynamic, they are flexible. So, qualitatively, how are teachers meeting that demand? And our NEP 2020, the National Educational Policy 2020, when it started off, it actually says a very key thing in, it's documented in that NEP, the policy, which says that we need to re-establish teachers at all levels as the most respected and essential members of our society, because they actually shape our next generation. And we need to recruit the very best, and we ensure that these brightest who actually enter into our system continue to do so by actually having enough capacity development or professional development programs throughout. So we need to ensure that the best and the brightest actually join this system, and also by ensuring that there is livelihood, respect, dignity, and autonomy for all of those who are actually entering the system. For this, we have well-trained and highly qualified teachers will of course be crucial for implementing the policy's provisions. Capacity building, as you know, I think it was a study which was done by the World Bank, which found that a 10% increase in teacher effectiveness can actually lead to a 1.5% increase in GDP per capita over a 10-year period. There are other studies also. You've got, McKinsey Global, which also talks about boosting global GDP by investing in education and skills development. But how do we actually ensure that our teachers are well developed, they are able to adapt to these roles to facilitate student participation? One of the things that we are doing for our change management process is to reinvigorate our infrastructure that is there. First, I will just talk about the infrastructure because it is one of the key elements that we are doing, but of course, the qualitative initiatives that we are taking up will be more important in the future. But one of the first things that we are trying to do is to ensure that our block resource centers, our cluster resource centers, and our diets. Now, our diets are very key to actually training our teachers at the ground level. So our diets we envisage that our diets will actually lead the way to providing good quality school education. We are thinking of investing almost 9,000 crores over a period of 5 years to improve the infrastructure. Approximately 625 diets are there in the country. So we would be improving the infrastructure, ensuring that they have state-of-the-art vocational labs, other labs that are there, proper residential facilities, academic blocks, etc. We are also trying to link up this infrastructure with the CRC and the BRCs to ensure that their linkages are more effective and they are able to also provide real-time data. So there is going to be a lot of IT that will be leveraged to ensure that whatever is the demand at the ground level is also being transmitted to the policy level, whether it is at the state government level or it is at the Government of India level. Besides the infrastructure that we are thinking of for improving the diets, we are also looking at reinventing their role. As you know, they till now have basically been concentrating on the elementary classes, and what we are thinking of now is making them more aligned with the NEP to increase the kind of in-service courses that they will be having and ensuring that the 50 hours of continuous professional development that is envisaged is taken up by the diets also on a regular basis for our teachers. Qualitatively, we have, I think it would be well known to a lot of the audience here. The ITEP, the Integrated Teachers Education Program, which was notified on 26th October 2021, is a 4-year dual major holistic undergraduate course. Typically, we had found before taking this up that an integrated program has significantly higher scores on standardized teaching assessments, and this was one of the reasons why we went in for this ITEP. It would be offering a BA B.Ed along with a BSc B.Ed, and it will also correspond to the 4 stages of our new school structure, that is the 5+3+3+4. It's been taken up in a pilot mode. We have actually started it from this year, this August, in a few 42 institutions, and we hope that the students will benefit, and we will also get improved teachers right from the beginning. The ITEP is slightly innovative because not only does it actually provide cutting-edge pedagogical training, but it also establishes a foundation in early childhood care and education, ECCE, FLN, inclusive education, and an understanding of India and its values and traditions. So it is rooted in the Indian context. It is also rooted in the student, in the child psychology right from the early years. So these are things which will help our teachers understand our students better and also to deliver better outcomes for them, learning outcomes for them. We are also introducing something called the NPST, the National Professional Standards for Teachers. This was announced in the budget in last year. And this basically defines competencies at different stages, levels, and performance appraisal, which will be based on these competencies. We did this in a pilot mode, and the 3 different levels that we had specified for the NPST, what we found was that a number of our teachers, even who have 25 years, 20 plus years of experience, our teachers need to go a long way to actually achieve the competencies that are specified in the professional standards. A number of state governments are also working in parallel on their own standards, which are based on the national professional standards for teachers. And in time, in the future, we do hope that 100% of our teachers would be able to rise and actually get the highest levels of competency as specified in their 3-4 levels which are there in the national professional standards, and we hope that the teachers would actually come up to that level. Another one initiative which has actually got a lot more, it has got a very enthusiastic response, is the National Mission for Mentoring. The NMM actually focuses on competency enhancement of school teachers, and it looks towards professional support being provided by mentors. So we have a number of teachers, even those who are retired, those who have actually achieved a high level of professional standards, they are registered on this, they are the mentors, and the mentees are coming back to them, getting one-on-one guidance and counseling from these mentor teachers. Right now, this group is very small. We actually have only about 60 mentors who have been onboarded on the web portal. But the kind of response that we get from the mentees is very encouraging, and I hope that in the years to come, we are going to be able to successfully expand it and reach out to almost the entire country. One thing also I'm sure that most of you are aware of is about our 50 hours of continuous professional development that we have mentioned in our NEP. And it is basically, this is driven by the own interests of the teachers themselves. It can cover any of the areas that we have talked about, any of the stages that we have talked about. And in response to that, NCRT, which is our academic knowledge bank, has actually started something called the Nishtha, which is a holistic training for teachers, headmasters, head teachers, principals, and other stakeholders. The aim of the training is to basically motivate and equip teachers and foster critical thinking in students, handle diverse situations, and act as a first-level counselor. This is also a very critical thing, the last part that I mentioned, the counseling. Given the importance that we are giving to mental health and well-being. Various aspects, various skills are actually covered in the Nishtha modules about the learning outcomes and the competency-based learning. School safety, security, personal social qualities, inclusive education. So these are different aspects, pre-vocational education, which are covered in Nishtha, and to actually give it a wider outreach, the department itself launched the national mission, and under that Nishtha came under our centrally sponsored scheme called the Samagra Shiksha in 2019-20. So it reaches out to all the SCRTs, the diets, the CRCs, BRCs in all states, as well as all the autonomous organizations. And we have managed to train a very large number of teachers so far, so about 17.7 lakh teachers and school heads working at the elementary level, classes 1 to 8, have been trained in face-to-face modules, and another 22.6 lakh have been trained in the online mode. At the secondary level, 7.4 lakh teachers, and at the FLN stage, 12.6 lakh teachers and school heads. We also have integrated Nishtha. We have also, we want some of our supervisors from ICDS, because it also caters to ECCE learning modules. So we have reached out to the WCD, Women and Child Development Department, and about 26,000 CRC, BRC, diet faculty and supervisors from the ICDS, the Integrated Child Development Scheme, have also been benefited from this. One critical aspect that we would be looking at is vocational education in general education. Not only the NEP, but the new curriculum framework that is coming out is also talking about integrating mainstreaming vocational education into the general education. For that, while we are creating infrastructure throughout the country in terms of vocational labs, and we are also providing assistance and support to schools through different programs, whether it is through, say, the government-aided scheme, or through World Bank aided schemes, or through any other initiatives that we have. But vocational labs, and we also have a lot of partnership with the higher education learning as well as industry. The point is that our teachers also need to have some capacity development in vocational education, because we would be mainstreaming it from class 6 onwards. So that is more of integrating it into the general education pattern also. And vocational education, besides vocational education, we are also talking about technology-enabled learning. And that's another, I think we actually had that. We had a very nice, I saw the results, and I think the highest bar was the yellow bar, which talked about people who want to integrate but don't know how to. So for technology-enabled learning also, the government has actually put in a number of initiatives, and we hope that opportunities such as this, events such as this, will be able to disseminate these practices that are there, will be able to disseminate these initiatives so that they are used as effectively as possible. So we have a number of courses which are coming up in these areas. And another important aspect is just linked to this technology-enabled. I think CBSE has also entered into a number of MOUs with industry partners in new age courses, whether it is IBM or any other industry which is there. This kind of a partnership is important, because sometimes schools also tend to be in isolation. And while we do look at education for its own self, we also have to appreciate that a number of children are actually leaving school in the higher in the higher classes, 11th and 12th, because they feel either they are getting into an informal job market. So the real challenge is to keep them back in the formal system of education, and they must understand that education of different kinds, not necessarily the traditional scholastic learning that we have, is the only thing that is available. We do have a bouquet of courses that are there, and we have a bouquet of learning that is there. In that respect, just yesterday, day before yesterday, sorry, we had a conference on introduction of the National Credit Framework, which also seeks to actually creditize any kind of learning that the student, the child is undergoing, whether it is informal, experiential, non-scholastic learning. These are all aspects which are part of life. Life skills are also becoming exceedingly important. So with that in mind, that is where the challenge lies. That is where the teachers also have to respond, because it cannot be a one-way traffic. There is something which many times our parents or our they want something for their students, for their children, and on the other side, the teachers who are supplying that learning, who are supplying that education, may not, there may not be a meeting of minds in that. We really need to encourage a greater coordination, greater harmony between what is demanded and what is actually supplied. Keeping that in mind, we have, of course, like I said, technology-enabled learning as well as partnerships with industry, integrating of vocational education. These are important aspects which are there. One last thing which I will just come back to is the stress that we, Government of India, as well as all our academic partners have been stressing is on the foundational literacy and numeracy, FLN. This is one area because when the child actually enters, and I think our esteemed member from the Niti Aayog, Dr. V.K. Paul, he is, he very rightly says that the child's cognitive brain development has actually, it has reached its acme by the age of 8 years. So if we don't, and psychologically also, this is a time when they're actually, it may look very simple, the children are, young, but if we don't get it right at that stage, we would have to deal with much bigger problems as they grow older. So I think it's very critical that our teachers are well trained. It's not, it's not just a substitute when we come to the lower classes, Bal Vatika, class 1, 2, and 3. So there's a big push for the kind of training and capacity development that we are doing for these early years, and that also I hope that everybody is able to think about and also offer a greater, whatever their experience and their knowledge. We would love it if it is shared in these conferences because it is also a very critical area. So with that, I think I will just end my address. Thank you, Ritika. Thank you, everybody, for patient hearing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Prachi. It was wonderful to hear all those things from you. Moving on to the next segment of the conference, we dive into a compelling panel discussion on harnessing the power of high-quality assessment processes. Our moderator, Ritika Chanda Paruk, will lead the discussion with our esteemed panelists. Dr. Joseph Emmanuel, Director Academics, CBSE. Duncan Wilson, CEO, BC Education India Private Limited. Ben Rocklife, Deputy Director of Assessments, AQA, UK, and Dominic Slade, Head of Education Content and Solutions, Cambridge Partnership for Education. Can I request our esteemed panelists to please join us on the stage? And take their seats on the stage for this enriching discussion. And Ritika, before we start, may I request you to facilitate our esteemed panel members with a small token of appreciation. Sakshi, can we have the planters? Thank you so much for taking out time for this panel discussion. And just for your information, we will be engaging you with Mentimeter questions in this panel discussion, so have your devices ready. We welcome all of you here. And Ritika, over to you now for leading this discussion.
I think we're going to need a few more mics on stage. So thank you very much for joining us on this conversation. What I'd like us to do is quickly just introduce yourselves. So I'm being lazy and not doing it, going through a long biodata, but just what you would like to say about yourself, the organization you're from, and perhaps a line or two of how the yesterday has been.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name's Ben Rockcliffe, and I'm the Deputy Director of Assessment at Alpha Plus. Alpha Plus is part of AQA. AQA is the largest awarding body for secondary education in England. And I'm really pleased to be here. Yesterday was a really interesting day. I had the honour of facilitating a panel with the school boards where I heard about the challenges and the opportunities presented by implementing the national education policy.
Thank you, Ritika. I am Dr. Joseph Emmanuel, Director Academics from Central Board of Secondary Education. We are an autonomous body under the Ministry of Education, Government of India. CBSE has no introduction for you because it is the national board in the country. We have presence in all the states and union territories of India as well as 25 other foreign countries. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Dominique Slade. I am Head of Education Content and Solutions at the Partnership for Education. We are part of a big organization called Cambridge University Press and Assessment, which itself is a part of the Cambridge University. As part of Cambridge University Press and Assessment, we are the main provider in the world of educational courses for early years from the age of 3. We started actually our early year courses here in India last year, up to advanced level or pre-tertiary level. So we work very closely with schools internationally. More than 10,000 schools take our programs in over 160 countries. But the unit I work for, we are a dedicated unit working with ministries of education, with donor and NGOs, agencies, to improve the quality of public education systems. And we've been working in India very often in partnership with the British Council on a number of projects. Yesterday, I presented the outcome of a scoping study that we have done over the past 7 months, and I thought there was quite a lot of interest, quite a lot of you came to have a chat with me about it, which was wonderful. So that's us. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Duncan Wilson, and I head up BC Education India, which is the British Council India's entity that delivers exams, tests, and other assessment, as well as large-scale and smaller-scale contracts for English teaching with the corporate sector and also with the government sector. So in the field of assessment, obviously the British Council is a world leader in English assessment. We co-own with our partners the IELTS exam, which is probably the world's biggest proficiency exam, with Cambridge and with our other partner, IDP. But we also deliver a range of English tests across the world, including in India. And we also represent UK bodies such as ACCA and CFA, exams, professional qualifications, and increasingly school exams, including Cambridge O-levels and N-levels, which we are about to launch in India also. So we have a wide range of expertise and work closely with our British Council division colleagues around development of systems in education, particularly things like curricula, assessments, and teacher training.
Thank you very much. So on today's panel discussion, why we thought of bringing everyone together is, when you think about whatever formal education takes place, whilst we say that it has to be holistic, it has to be something more, but in the end, teaching to the test, which is supposed to be not such a nice thing to do, is ultimately what we all get around to doing. And particularly, I think in India, we are a very marks-driven group of people, and we find it difficult to move away from that, shift from that. And in a way, that's not a bad thing, because to teach well, you must be able to define where the learner has reached and to assess learning. So from that perspective, one of the things that we find, Dominic, if you could tell us a bit about the things that we really need to test and which are becoming more important, like the core skills, attitudes and behavior, these are becoming harder and harder to actually test. They're the hardest to test. So is there something that Cambridge is doing around this area?
Yes,
that you'd
and
like
I
to
wanted
share?
to present that. I don't want to bore you with PowerPoint, but I do have a PowerPoint and with one slide that would make, I think, a visual presentation of what we do.
Yeah,
Yes,
okay.
thank you.
Have you got the slides from our, yeah.
It's the first one. As I mentioned, I think yesterday, my first degree is in art history, so I do have a passion for visual representation, and I'm a real visual type of learner. So I think just having a slide can sometimes help to tell us quite a lot. So when I was being made aware of the topic of today's panel discussion, I thought that was the perfect opportunity to present a piece of work, a piece of research work and a framework that we've developed this year to try and bring some kind of easy structure to all of the assessments that are available for students. So the question is how you harness the power of assessment in order to improve learners' achievement. And I thought this is our solution, so even before we knew about this panel discussion. So this is the framework. We wanted to develop some form of framework that was quite simple and easy to use and to help both teachers and school leaders in gathering a whole range of data to improve learner achievement. And so what we have looked at is what are all of the different factors that contribute to learners achieving good results. And one of the reasons that prompted us to do that was really reflecting on the impact of COVID and the traumatic effect it had on students and learners and everyone really, and the parents as well. But what we realized, and I think everybody understood, is how important well-being is for the success, the academic success of learners. And as a result, that prompted us to think, okay, how can we provide a more holistic understanding of what contributes to learner success, and how can we gather data that is going to help us in a holistic way, looking at how learners can improve. And so we've organized these different types of factors, if you want, into 5 different conceptual areas. And you will be familiar with those probably, but putting them in this kind of framework, I think really helps structure all of this information. And so the first kind of assessment and data that we can use that contribute to learner success is cognitive skills and capabilities. So that's all the kind of skills that are curriculum-free type of skills, what you have in kind of aptitudes tests around, logical thinking, this type of test. So that's one form, and that's really critical to understand these aspects. There is also what we call the cross-curricular knowledge, skills, and understanding. So that's all about, the basic foundational skills that we've heard just previously, that there is a focus put into it in Indian schools at the moment. So these are, the basic mathematical concepts, vocabulary, and language understanding. Obviously, contributing to educational success is domain knowledge, and that's what we usually associate with educational success, and that exists in all schools. Your formative assessment, your end of term assessment, all of those things are measures that you take to keep track of how students are doing. But also, there are other contributing factors that contribute to educational success, and that's the teaching and learning environment. What is happening at school level, school cultures, what is happening in the classroom, and there are ways of assessing this. In England, for instance, there is a school inspection system that you have school inspection that look at all those things, and we do have in Cambridge University Press and Assessment a tool for our school for self-evaluation. So you can assess all of those elements that contribute to educational success. And then finally, there is this category of personal attributes, which is all of the social, emotional type of traits that contribute as well to educational success. And under this, we will put well-being, resilience, and all of those things. So this is the way that we conceptualize how different forms of assessment and the data, qualitative and quantitative, that come out of all those assessments can help both teachers and school leaders to support and improve educational success. So we have used this to map out our own assessment, and but it is not something that we have done just for the Cambridge University Present Assessment assessment or exam that exists. It can be applied with any other forms of assessment that exist, probably in India from CBSE. You could map out basically all of those things by using this framework. So we think, we hope that this would be a very useful tool for our schools, but also more generally. And if you are interested in a much more sophisticated presentation and understanding of that, my colleague Iranka Stuto from the Cambridge Centre for Evaluation, Monitoring and Evaluation carried out the research that underpins this very simple framework, and you can find all of the research that explained and is behind that in this article that, as I say, she developed the framework. It is free of access. It's in our publication on the Cambridge University Present Assessment. If you're interested, those are the references. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dominique. That is very, very comprehensive, response that Cambridge has to this challenge in that sense. But I think it's an ongoing challenge for all of us to think about how we measure skills, particularly because we have large classrooms, issues where technology is not that accessible. So I think perhaps for another day and another time, we need a whole conference on how to do it in that sense. So, yes. So one of the things that, we say that India is a land of festivals, But we have Holi, Diwali, Christmas, Eid, and whatever. But we have one of the biggest festival called the exam festival. It's about to begin. The CBSE dates are out, And Mr. Emmanuel didn't tell me this. All my relatives who have school-going children, it's the biggest hot topic on our WhatsApp groups everywhere in the country. Besides giving, children all over the world give exams at the age of 16 and 18 usually, but in some places more than that. And these end of learning sessions, exams, are high stakes in some degree, and also high stress exams in that sense. So Ben, can you just tell us, how these are addressed in different places, and what possibly could be the answer for reducing stress? Because not only do they have to give their board exams, at least in India, they will go ahead and give NEET, JEE, QET, or I think it's called CUTE sometimes, but lots of other acronyms of exams, and SAT and others in other parts of the world as well. So how do we tackle this exam festival?
Thank you, Ritika. Festival of exams, yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure that's a festival I definitely want to go to. I know when I was little, I used to be excited on Christmas Eve, thinking about the presents I might get the next day. I don't know if I'd be so excited on the festival eve about the present that I might be getting the next day. Yeah. I wanted to talk to you all about formative assessment today, which I think may address some of the concerns that you just mentioned, Ritika. I wanted to cover what formative assessment is and why it's important. So first of all, I think it's easier to start thinking about formative assessment by saying what it isn't, and it's precisely the things that you were just mentioning, actually, Ritika. It's not summative assessment, so it's not the assessment that we're all familiar with that we do at the end of the course, which says, have you understood everything on the course? Yes, no, pass, fail. A formative assessment's about understanding what your strengths and your weaknesses are. And so I think it's a little bit more complicated, actually, than summative assessment, because you need more detailed results to come out of that assessment process. A a score just isn't going to cut it. A score lets us know how well we did compared to other people. Maybe we did better than some, not as well as others, and if we were at the bottom, then we don't feel particularly great about ourselves either, and that doesn't give us a good platform to carry on learning. What we need is a detailed breakdown of the things that I'm good at and the things that I need to improve on, my areas of development. And that's, oops, excuse me, thank you. And that's what formative assessment's really about. So let me just take you through the process and how that works. The teacher and the student agree together a set of learning objectives, and those learning objectives might be for the lesson, they might be for the term, they might be for the year. And then there's a test that's put in place that checks how well the learner is making progress towards those learning objectives. And then the results from that test are analysed, and the teacher is able to understand what the strengths and weaknesses are. And then the important thing is that the teacher and the learner make adjustments to their teaching and learning based on the results of that test as well. And that's really the key to formative assessment. The assessment is only formative when changes happen on the basis of the results of that assessment. So, for example, if I was to do a maths test, and then the teacher might look at the results and they'd say, oh, Ben can do fractions, so maybe he's ready to move on to percentages. But Ben's struggling to interpret graphs. He hasn't got the questions in relation to that at all. We're going to need to focus a little bit more on that. And then the teacher adapts the teaching and learning accordingly. And the evidence shows that if you can get this right, then this is the best way to boost progress and boost achievement. But the difficult thing, of course, is that it's not easy. It sounds quite easy, doesn't it, when I explain it like that? But doing that one-on-one, one teacher, one learner, is hard enough. Doing that one teacher with a class of 30 or 35 learners, that's quite hard. Doing that for a whole year group within a school, even harder. And then if we start thinking about that on a state or national level, then that's really challenging, isn't it? But we've been working with the government of Wales in the UK. So Wales is a small country within the UK. It's got a population of about 3 million people, so fairly small by Indian standards, yeah. But it's a rural population, and they're really keen to make sure that the tests that they have every year on literacy and numeracy don't just give learners a score, but they give opportunities to learn and help them know what they need to do next. So the assessments that we've developed there, they're on-screen assessments in literacy, reading, and numeracy, both procedural numeracy and numerical reasoning. And they're adaptive. So what that means is that for every question the learner gets right, the next question will be, they'll get a question that's harder. If they were to get the question wrong, then the next question will be easier. And you can go up and down depending on your performance throughout the assessment. That means that every learner gets a slightly different assessment depending on how they're doing. And they're adaptive across all the year groups. So the assessments take place from year 2 through to year 9 every year. And in theory, if you were a really good year 2 learner and you got all your questions right, by the end of the assessment, you could end up getting questions for a year 9 learner. And conversely, if you're a year 9 learner who's struggling and isn't doing very well at all, then by the end of the assessment, you might be getting questions that would be more normally targeted at a year 2 learner. And what we see actually is that the variation in performance across year groups is much bigger than you might expect. We see that the average performance spans approximately 5 year groups, just within 1 year group. Yeah, so we tend to think of learners in bands of achievement by year group, but actually by removing the caps at the bottom and the top of the assessment, it allows those learners who are doing really well to demonstrate just how good they are. And if you think about it, if you get 20 out of 20 in a test, it doesn't really tell you that much other than you know everything that the test was about. Whereas if you don't get a score quite as high, but you get some questions wrong, it lets you know the areas that you don't know yet. And similarly, those learners who aren't doing so well, if they get 0 out of 20, it doesn't really tell you anything either, other than you didn't know anything in that test and you feel highly demotivated at the end based on the score. Whereas if you've got the ability to drop down a bit more, you get more meaningful information and say, oh, actually, this isn't at your year group, but you can still do these things, and they're things that you can build upon and move forward with. So the key part of all of this is that those assessments produce powerful reports, and we have reports that are targeted at the learners, and the learner reports are presented in learner age-appropriate language so that they can understand their strengths and weaknesses based on the report, but it can also be provided to the parent as well, so that the parent or the carer or guardian can look at the strengths and weaknesses and work with the child at home. But we also have class reports. I say class reports, they can be done at class level, they can also be done at whole year group level, and they draw out the skills overall so that in a given cohort of learners, they're particularly good at this, and they need to work on other skills. And that's important because, like I said, if you're a teacher and you've got a class of 30, 35 learners, and then you times that by 5 or 10 classes over the course of a week, you can't be expected to look at all of the individual learner reports for all of those learners. So drawing those skills out at that level really helps with the adaptation of teaching and learning. And so, Ritika, you said that there's the concern about teaching to the test. I'm not always so worried about teaching to the test because, to be honest, it would be weird if you didn't teach the test. That's what we're all working towards. The main thing is that the test needs to be good, it needs to be appropriate. And the other thing I think we need to do is make sure that the test teaches us. There's no point in doing a test if you don't use that information afterwards and use that to improve teaching and learning. So I hope you all agree that formative learning is really important, and yeah, I look forward to continuing the discussion with the panel.
Thank you very much. And that's absolutely true. You know, it would be like going to the doctor and doing your blood works and then not doing anything about the diagnostic things. So if you're taking a test, it's very important to act upon the results both ways, for the students as well as for the teachers in that sense. So, Professor Emanuel, if you will tell us a bit about what CBSE is doing around reducing exam stress and making it more flexible and adaptable.
Thank you, Ritika. And thank you for bringing the right perspective of examination. It's a celebration. Thanks to our Honorable Prime Minister for conducting Pariksha Pe Charcha repeatedly for the last so many years. So first time from the audience, I could hear laughter and smile, you know, after hearing about examination. Yeah. So again, you know, examination time is coming, celebration time is coming, and our children are going to write examination. And there is a shift or focus shift from teaching to test to teaching for life that is happening in the classroom. The NEP very categorically says that the examination or the testing should focus on formative learning of the learner, and it should aim to bring the best out of the child, the cognitive abilities, and the skills and competencies of the learner should be tested through our examinations. So once we focus on real learning rather than rote learning, examination will become joyful. It is a continuous process. So CBSE is doing a number of initiatives to make the examination joyful. For example, you might be part of so many enrichment activities that is happening throughout the year. All these enrichment activities are joyful activities, and all these activities are formative assessments. Whether it is Aryabhatta Ganit challenge, whether it is science challenge, whether it is reading challenge, you name anything. All these activities are aiming for formative assessment of the child. You will get a clear picture of the level of the learner in various areas. Similarly, the pattern of questions in the board examination is changing very drastically. We have introduced more and more competency-focused questions that makes the child think critically and find solution to various problems. So critical thinking and problem solving is a focus area of our learning. And this has been promoted through assessment or the change in the pattern of the board examinations. So gradually, the level of difficulty or the application level of questions used in the board examination will also change. Now we may be using the level 1, 2, 3 of Bloom's taxonomy questions in the board examination. Gradually, once this system is fully prepared and fully accustomed with the changes, then gradually we will raise the bar. And for promoting joyful learning as well as to give a feedback to the system, as recommended by NEP, CBSE has introduced SAFL, the structured assessment for analyzing learning. This is a census assessment introduced by CBSE for grade 3, 5 and 8. Fully competency focused questions. There is no scope for rote memorization. Whereas there is a focus on learning, real learning. The child should know the content. The child should know the concept. Then only the child will be able to answer the questions of SAFL. So grade 3, 5, 8, these are the key stages as recommended by the NEP. CBSE introduced SAFL assessment. And last year, when we conducted pilot, more than 2,000 schools participated in the pilot test, and 4 lakh children attempted SAFL test. And since these questions are unfamiliar questions, these questions are purely based on competency focused, the result is not very encouraging. More than 60% students are at the level of below basic. That shows we need to invest more on changing the classroom transaction. The formative assessment needs to be further strengthened. So these kind of assessments will give you a feedback about the areas wherein you are lacking, where you need to give more attention, more focus. And this change can happen only through the capacity building of teachers. First, you prepare your teachers to take this kind of competency-focused education into the classroom. That will finally help you to transform the classroom transaction and better result from the side of the students. And we have initiated teachers' capacity building as a mechanism to promote learning. And 17 Center of Excellence for Teachers established by CBSE across the country. They're continuously engaged with the teachers for promoting the quality of teaching learning in the classroom. And the school leadership empowerment program, like what we have partnered with the British Council, we are partnering with many other organizations. And the aim of these partnerships are to promote quality of teaching learning at the level of the school leaders as well as at the level of the teachers, at all levels, from early childhood up to grade 12. And you need to create an enabling environment in the school to bring these changes. So that enabling environment is being created through school quality assessment and assurance mechanism. So a number of initiatives have been taken by the board, and there are many initiatives to take out the stress from the classroom, to make the learning more joyful. Because one of the initiatives is there has been a 20%, minimum 20% internal assessment in every subject, and this 20% is increasing up to 50% in various, depending upon the subjects. So there are several such steps taken, and we are also thinking of integrating enrichment activities with internal assessment. The achievement of a child in Aryabhatta Ganit Challenge or a science exhibition conducted by NCERT or CBSE, that can also be considered for assessment at the year-end examination. It can give a weightage to the year-end examination. That kind of process will promote more experiential learning, more hands-on experience to the learner, provide more hands-on experience to the learner, and the learning will become more and more joyful. So more practical approach needs to happen. The board's initiatives are on the way. With the support of the Ministry of Education, we are taking it forward to a great extent in the coming years. And more resources are generated for teachers to take this experiential learning to the classroom. There are resources developed with the support of British Council Educational Institute. Number of organizations are partnering with the CBSE for creating support material for the teachers to bring this joyful teaching learning to the classroom. And these resources are to be used by the teachers. For that, they need training. So continuous capacity building, resource development, and creating an enabling environment and feedback through informal assessment like SAFL, all will lead to transformation of teaching learning in the classroom and taking the assessment to the next level. So brighter days are ahead before us.
Thank you very much. That's a great response to all the questions that we have. The one thing that was at the back of my mind listening to you all was the role of technology, because I think good technology allows us to overcome some of the challenges of analysis, but technology is also a bit frightening. I remember the time when calculators first came in, and the big question was, would people stop understanding and doing maths? No multiplications needed anymore, kind of a thing. And the new, area that is challenging the way we look at it is generative AI, on which we had a little bit of a survey, and a lot of people like me, want to understand how it can be best used. But Duncan, your specialization is in the area of language assessments. Do you want to tell us a little bit about how English language assessments are done, and the principles and how you use technology around this?
So I'm just picking up on Dr. Emmanuel's piece about competency-based learning and teaching. And I think English language has ahead of the curve to some extent on other subjects, in that increasingly global English testing, global English teaching focuses on English as a competency, as a skill that people are able to do, and expresses outcomes in terms of abilities and levels, if you like, of achievement. And that is something that has already come into the classroom and fed back into methodology, test design. But just so, first of all, just teaching to the test, pick up what you said, it's absolutely not a bad thing in modern is not the right word, but in contemporary English teaching and testing, because what you're testing is skill and levels of skill. And if you teach those skills, that's exactly the learner outcomes you want. So in this case, high quality assessment very much drives better teaching and learning. But to your question, so when I was a kid, that's a long time ago, we were banned from using calculators in the classroom. But we were allowed to use something called log tables. I don't know if you recall log tables. You probably still have them. Whereas in my father's generation, he wasn't even allowed to use those in the classroom. He was allowed to use a slide rule in the classroom. So nowadays, I think we would not argue that you shouldn't use a calculator in the classroom, because using the calculator in an exam or a classroom allows the learner to do other things that they would not be able to do if they were doing complex arithmetic, etc. And to some extent, it's the same with language. So we're already using tools like spell check and grammar check. And they're not quite AI, but they're kind of some of the aspects of that. And if we look at the future, if we look at language as a skill and a competency, the ability to use generative AI, chat GPT, etc., as the most common example, is a skill that will be required of the modern learner. It's inevitable. We will all use that tool to better achieve our outcomes, which are communication and getting things done. So I don't think we can say in language teaching that we shouldn't have those technologies in the classroom. In fact, what we have to do is find a way to incorporate and adapt the teaching to get the most from the technology to allow the learner to get the most from the education. That sounds very simple. It is a massive challenge, because AI is ahead of us. We already have more data, more information than we even know how to process or what to do with. We can track people's eye movements as they read a text, and that can tell us, what does it tell us? We don't actually know quite what it tells us, and the learning and the teaching has got to catch up in order to use that data for good. I think one of the dangers with using AI, with using any technology in education, is it's not necessarily equitable for all. AI demands electricity, it demands rare metals, it's not very sustainable, and it demands a high degree of technology and infrastructure, which many education systems obviously don't have. So there is a risk that the more we adapt to education technology, the more we risk leaving people behind, and we have to find a way to, like I said, to compromise, if you like, or find the best of it for the most of us. And I think that applies to English teaching and language teaching as much as any other subject.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So, technology is a very, it's a great force for bringing changes. For example, we are able to deliver an affordable testing to our schools by using technology. The SAFEL platform is fully technology enabled. The children are giving tests from the computer lab of a school. So there are a number of ways, even with the help of technology, the class 3, grade 3 assessment is happening on a playway-based assessment. So age-appropriate level assessment of cognitive and affective domain, everything is possible by using technology. And in India's context, a very cost-effective testing can be introduced by leveraging the merits of technology.
Thank you very much. The floor is now open, so if anybody in the audience have any questions of that, that's really fast, hands up here. So somebody can get a mic. Himani, if you can help. They're just bringing the mics around. And in the meanwhile, request others also to think about their questions so that we can start to have a little more engaged discussion.
Good morning, everybody, and this is Rahul Sinha. Basically, I'm the managing trustee of the Shining Soul Trust. We are basically in the education part, sir. From last 10 years, I was working with students of rural areas, especially because the core heart of India lies in the rural areas, right? So what I exactly feel, sir, that the most important and the most crucial thing the students are facing in the rural areas or in the small town, their parents. See, what exactly happened, that students want to do a lot of things. But if you talk about them related to their profession or their parents with their professions, they only know only 5 things, that medical, engineering, IAS, IPS and defense, nothing else. Students want to go in sports field, students want to go in some different as a choreographer field, he wants or she wants to be a choreographer, but their parents, they only want that he or she should go in medical or engineering. So I think CBSE should take initiative to do counseling for parents, especially for parents in the small towns. Because see, I am in touch with 6,000 to 7,000 students. Directly they are in touch with me. And my all students are very well known in context of environment, that we exactly needs a nature. Nature doesn't need us. So they're working on this, sir. And what we are doing, that we are throwing students in the different social activities. Like if they go for some awareness program, they just move in the field, they do a lot of awareness program, but still the parents are the big hurdle, sir. So I think the CBSE should take an initiative to counsel the parents of the rural areas or the small town areas. That's what I just want to request to CBSE, sir. Thank you very much.
Yes, we should introduce a test for the parents now. Yeah. Rahul, yeah, you have raised a very valid point because in the Indian context, the first and foremost thing is earning a livelihood. So this medicine, engineering, all these positions, they will help them to earn a livelihood. And second thing is respect in the society. That is why they are all moving for medicine and engineering and other related areas. It's a typical traditional mindset. Now things are changing, and in every school, CBSE mandated to appoint a counselor. And counselor is not only giving psychological counseling, but for career counseling. And recently we organized a career guidance festival at national level in Delhi. So similarly, more such programs should happen at school level also. So first we need to, enlighten the school heads and the school management. Then through the school heads and school management, we should reach out to the parents. And slowly this mindset should change. And also we should celebrate the success of people achieved in the other areas. Other than these 6 core areas, whatever achievement made by the children, that needs to be celebrated and, purposefully put before these parents. Then only parents will understand. So whenever we bring any reforms in the board, the main resistance from teachers and parents are on the same line. Suppose whatever reforms you bring in, ultimately if it is not helping the child to earn high mark, how is it benefit the child? So they directly link mark and achievement in life. So with the coming of CUET and other entrance examination, the complete focus on grade 12 mark has been shifted away. So gradually things will change. So that has brought in another challenge. So no children are available in +1 and +2. There is a big complaint now coming. Children are going for coaching. So how to address that issue? So, one reform is leading to another challenge. So collectively we need to put our heads together and find a solution. There is no easy walkover.
Can I add something?
CBSE is actually running this program in collaboration with IC3, and it's a pro bono project. It's a sponsor project where the IC3 is actually training all the teachers. So from my school itself, like 6 teachers have been trained by IC3 for a career counseling guiding cell, and where we are getting an opportunity to understand the admission processes and how we can guide the children from a very early age, from grade 7th onward. So it's in collaboration with CBSE only, and that unit is also doing a wonderful job in training teachers and helping school to set up a career counseling cell, a professional career counselors. And we are getting training, and this year I'm a 9th cohort member, and I've just recently attended a Rishi Hood residential week where we got an opportunity to interact and network with so many people and so many university there. So it's a good project. So I think it's in collaboration with CBSE only.
So, can I mention an initiative?
Yes.
Sorry. So in my previous role, about 4 or 5 years ago, I was head of technical and vocational pathways. So it is an area that I have quite passionate about. What I'm passionate about is that transition from education into employment. There is a charity in England that started about 10 years ago, and they've done a lot of research. They're called Education and Employment. And one of the things, the initiative they started, and that goes to your point about raising awareness and involving parents and the community. And what they have realized and starting doing is what they call encounters from a very young age. And basically what they do is they are in schools, you ask parents to come and dedicate half a day to come and talk about their jobs, because I think what you say exactly, I attended lots of conferences about careers, and for instance, the NHS, the National Health Service in the UK, has a list of more than 300 professions, from entry-level professions, so a level 2 kind of things, to very, very highly qualified professions. So there is a whole range of fascinating and interesting professions within the health sector, but nobody knows about. But if you are involving the parents themselves who have jobs, they can come to the schools, and for a day they talk to a class and they talk about their jobs, and there will be a huge variety of professions. They're not going to be all doctors or lawyers or whatever. So that's, I think, is quite a good type of initiatives. I can give you the reference of the Education and Employment website because it suggests how you can structure that. But that involves the parents with the school and the community, and it raises awareness from primary about the range of jobs that are out there.
Thank you so much. That's very interesting. So I'm going to now go on to the online audience before I come back to the room.
Ma'am, can I have one? I have one question.
Just a minute, sir. We have 522 people online, and I do also want to, for interest of equity, include them in the conversation in that sense. So we have Shafiq Khan, who says, who talks about catering to individual differences and, the challenge of having 40 people in the classroom, and how do we, as teachers, cater to equity even within the classroom that we already have, in that sense, and also raise the question around, which we have repeatedly heard about, is the stress of the content and the breadth of the curriculum that needs to be transacted alongside the formative assessment and other things that we have to do. We have an interesting question, and that refers to what you were saying about students not coming into the classroom at all. And besides the coaching centers now actually have a competitor, because students are getting fond of instruction. Says Purv International School, they from YouTube content only. So the teachers are getting competition from people who are getting their inputs from YouTube content, and they're reluctant to come to school regularly, particularly the senior students who feel that they live in a world. So I don't think we truly appreciate how much of the young people's lives are actually now transacted online in that sense. So any...
Can I just make a comment on that? Because again, going back to language learning, increasingly assessment in language for children particularly is very gamified and it's very explosive. So virtual reality, for example, imagine doing a language task in a virtual world allows you to simulate the real world. But the truth is that kids come from very much multimedia environments at home into the classroom, and they're back to traditional pen and paper, or okay, we'll let you watch a video. It's just not the same. Interaction and that multimedia experience, the kids are ahead of the teachers again, and the technology is ahead of the learning, and it's a challenge because that's a very rich experience, that multimedia learning. But if you can't bring that to the classroom as well, then you're at a disadvantage, or the kids will be at a disadvantage, and they lose interest in education.
Yeah, I think the same is true of incorporating AI into learning. It was like you were saying, Ritika, about calculators. If you don't, who would do maths now without using a calculator? And I think the same will be true of AI. I remember when I was at school, the big debate was about whether you should be able to use spell check. And whether if we all use spell check, then nobody will be able to spell anymore. And I don't think that's true. It's just a different skill. I've never learned whether I is before E or after when I spell receive, because spell check does that for me. But it's part of the tools that you use in work. And I think the same will be true of AI. It may be that in the future we don't necessarily write the full email ourselves. We will be asking AI to generate something for us, which we'll need to edit and correct ourselves. Interestingly, just because I thought this might come up in the discussion, I asked ChatGPT if it thought that AI would replace essay writing as an assessment technique, and in summary, the answer is probably not. It says that while essay writing is still a high-order skill that will need to be tested, particularly at the higher levels, however, we may need a more mixed approach in the future where the element of AI is incorporated, and the way in which the learner uses AI to support their thinking will become more assessed. So I thought it was interesting to ask AI itself what it thought.
I just wanted to make quite a common sense comment, but society is changing and education needs to adapt to that. Yes. So for instance, when we are doing recruitment nowadays, because of the scarcity of finding the right skills, employment adverts go globally. That's how we do it. And a lot of, all of the interviews that I have done to recruit in my team have all been online. So, doing practice online, doing the kind of a test that you would do is you are helping your students to develop the right type of skills, because they're very likely in the future, when they're looking for their first job, to do it online. So, you need to prepare them for this kind of things. Yeah.
But in terms of assessment, having assessments that are online are probably also helping with that, So a question to CBSE, are we thinking of any kind of online assessment systems in the future?
So we have already introduced online assessment for lower classes, grade 3, 5 and 8. It's completely online. And gradually, once we test its efficacy, we can scale it up and as well as take it to the higher classes. Because the number is a real challenge for us. 28,000 schools, around 4 million children appearing for the board examinations. These are all big challenges, the challenges of numbers. But gradually, once we are confident that this system is working well, we can think about using it for the entrance examinations too. The SAFL kind of survey, these are all low stake. So we can afford to introduce this experiment, this kind of assessment into the classroom. And my co-panelist rightly said, the dimension of education is changing, and the testing is not knowledge-based, the application-based testing. Skilling is very important, knowledge as well as skilling. And how good you are to apply the concepts in real life scenario, and how good you are to connect these concepts with various scenario. That's very important. So in the coming days, the assessments will be more, assessment will be used to test more about the skills of the learner, how the learner is using the concept in the real life scenario, how it promotes higher order thinking skills, and how innovative ideas are coming. All those things will be tested. So the pattern of testing is really going to change.
Sir, here I would emphasize on, like NEP 2020 talks about foundation or primary stages with aligning with the mother tongue or the regional language in Indian scenario. Do we have any assessments aligned with the translation of the mother tongue or the regional language into English language? Because SAFL talks about English, math, and science, right? So do we have to test on the translative part also? So is there any enlightenment that you would like to give us?
So CBSE, primarily being a national board, we are focusing on 2 languages, English and Hindi. But we have children from all other mother tongues also.
Yes.
And introducing a test in all the mother tongue is a big challenge, but we will work on it gradually, maybe year after year.
At least a few questions based on the translative parts, because
that even
Indian
the school can do at your level.
Yeah, we are doing it, but we would like to know at the national level where the students stand in English language skills, where how do they comprehend the language from their mother tongue to English.
So that is, we are thinking about it, but it may take time.
Thank you, sir.
But we are requesting the SCRTs to do this work at the regional level, and maybe they will come out with some solution. So in a national level assessment, bringing all languages together is a big challenge. And again, adaptation and translation, it's also a special skill. So we'll work on it, and we are aware of this requirement.
As an English teacher, I have to say, translation, we don't really advocate translation, really. We would advocate teaching in the mother tongue, or the first language, and teaching in English as separate things, and English then is the subject. Translating from one to another, you can measure that, and it can be useful, but it's better to measure what they can do in each of the 2 languages independently and separately, rather than... No, I mean, I understand. I know the challenge, the real challenge in the classroom is real, but but that really. Try not to focus on translation, focus on achievement and competency in the 2 languages separately, or the 3 languages separately.
So taking a question from the online group here, the question that they're saying is that, the world is changing very rapidly. The boards are changing, but children are exposed to a lot of technology, and teachers have to now keep up and learn things in the real world. How do you get teachers to carry on? That's so the people online are actually getting broader and broader in their questions, and unfortunately the panelists cannot solve all the problems in the world here. So they, thank God, in that sense. But I did want to share with all of you, as we come towards the close of this panel session, that yesterday Dominic shared the scoping study results and reports with us, and that is we would like to our previous phase of engagement with the CBSE was largely focused on pen and paper assessments. But unfortunately, the world is not pen and paper. You know, there's a lot of things happening out there. And as we mentioned towards the beginning, that some things which are extremely useful and needed are actually quite difficult to measure. And some of that is around the practical side and the things that they in field studies and outside of the classroom. And we hope and we will get to the stage where we are looking more deeply at how to improve assessments that are not pen and paper in that sense, and that involve other aspects of it. So that's going to be a very, very extremely exciting development, and as things are changing fast, we also have to cope with the disruption they're causing. So I wonder, sir, if you have any, sort of coping mechanism, and Dominic, for the disruptions caused with, new technologies and new things that are coming in that sense.
For teachers, you mean, or
for the system?
For the system, for schools. So yes, so it's quite interesting, and I will talk particularly about teachers. And I will take the example of my younger son, who is a maths teacher in a secondary comprehensive school in the UK. And his first year as a fully qualified teacher was the year of the pandemic. And so he had been trained to teach in a certain way, and then after about halfway through the first term, he had to teach from home. I'm very interested in everything that's happening in schools. So I said to him, how difficult it must have been for him to switch from that, everything that he had learned, to that. And he said, Maman, sorry, French, Mamie, it's been much easier for me than for my colleagues in the school, because I experienced teachers have been doing things, they have those habits, those mindsets, etc. And for me, I've been using digital things throughout my years at university, and so I was much quicker to adapt. And he actually did very well and was very comfortable with that. And that was picked up by the principal of the school, who then organized a series of workshops where he was actually teaching or training his fellow, much more experienced teachers in using things remotely. So he was modeling by training them online what was happening. So I think a lot can be done at the school level. And one question that you had, Ritika, as well, and I've heard before, is how do you assess values? And I think the problem with assessment is like in people's mind, they assimilate assessment with examinations. They're not the same thing. Examination, a summative assessment that you do in exam conditions, etc. Assessment is much, much wider. You can have observation, and you do that all the time. That's the formative assessment. It's through observation, it's through questioning. So there is a whole range of form of assessment that you can have. And for values, and the NEP and the National Curriculum Framework are quite clear. The values is something that you do at school level, so that's really something for school leaders to focus on. It's about the school culture, it's the school processes. You should see it as soon as you walk into a school, whether those values that are the ones that you want to promote are there. You should observe them. You should see them, as I have seen on the walls. In some of the schools I visited, in the school grounds, you have paintings that represent maybe important figure in Indian history, or you can have it everywhere. And the assessment then here is through school self-evaluation or through inspection thing. So there are many, many different forms of assessment, and that's why I was trying to summarize and this framework that we have there. But going back to disruption, also talking about digital assessment, one of the things that eventually digital assessment is going to allow us to do is testing that is individualized, and that it is when the students are ready. So ultimately, we can think of a future, and we've been working a lot in Cambridge University Press and Assessment about the future of assessment. Eventually, you would have that model where students can be assessed when they are ready, which would, in a way, maybe mean that this form of assessment, where in a country all of the children are doing assessment on the same time, on the same day, will disappear, and you will accumulate and have a form of assessment that is more continuous, so you relieve the stress, but also the issue of big numbers, for instance, won't be the same problem anymore, because ultimately the assessment will be personalized and on time.
I'd like you all to put your hand together for a brilliant panel. It was an amazing discussion. We went off script quite a lot, but I think they were very insightful. Thank you very much for being such an engaging audience. That's all from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ritika. Thank you to all the panelists. Indeed, it was a wonderful discussion. And we still have quite a few questions on the chat box. We assure you we have taken a note of it and we'll get back to you with the responses for those questions. Thank you so much. So after this wonderful panel discussion, it's time for a short break. Head over to Charbagh for some refreshing tea and coffee. We'll resume in the theatre in next half an hour. For those of you who have joined us virtually, please take a break and reconnect with us in 30 minutes. Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. Gauri, the floor is yours now.
Hello? Perfect. Okay. So welcome everyone. I think we are here today to discuss the most important stakeholder in the education system, the teacher. And I have a very, very expert panel out here to be discussing that topic. So before I go any further, to introduce our panelists a little more in detail, and we'll move over to the topic. My name is Gauri Puranik, and I lead on the English programs work, which is largely to do with the government sector in India. Very happy to be here today from a warm Mumbai. I'm Mumbai-based, so the winter in Delhi is just wonderful. So we have with us today Dr. Ashita Ravindran. She is working currently at the National Council of Education Research and Training, and prior to this, she was teaching at university level and has an experience of more than 26 years. She has carried out extensive research in her subject area of economics and education. And her list of achievements in terms of the kind of materials development, materials and assessments that she has developed is quite long. But just to highlight a few, she has developed the trilingual dictionary. She has developed the training manual and the refresher course materials for the Nishta package, and the alternative academic calendar. Dr. Ashita is involved in development of guidelines for exponential learning and integration of education for sustainable development and global citizenship education into the school system. So welcome today, Dr. Ashita. Next up is Rishikesh. Rishikesh is a professor and associate director at the School of Education, Azim Premji University, 25 years of research and teaching experience, and his research interests are largely in the domain of educational policies, learner assessments, and teacher education. A special mention that Rishi has worked closely with the Dr. K. Kasturi Rangan committee, which wrote the draft National Education Policy of 2019. And he also has been providing inputs for the implementation of NEP 2020 in school and higher education in the government of Karnataka. As you all know, he regularly writes on educational policy related issues in national dailies and magazines, so watch out for him whenever you see him there. Eleftheria Ikavidu, I hope I pronounced that correctly. And I'll call you Ellie because you said you prefer to be referred to as that. So Ellie works as a senior analyst at ECTIS, conducting analysis, literature reviews, and stakeholder engagement activities for the K-12 sector. She has a background in social and education research and analysis, project management, evaluation, teacher education, school education. The list is quite long, Ellie. But right now, Ellie is undertaking her PhD in education, and she's exploring how students' attributes, creative thinking can be assessed in the context of education in the secondary education system in England. Last but not the least, Sue Adams. She's really passionate about affecting change by highlighting the creative possibilities of technology. We have an entrepreneur out here. She has founded You Can Too, an organization that is aimed at helping to deliver the computing curriculum in exciting and creative ways. She works in the area of microbit. She uses controllers such as microbit and combines her broad expertise in the IT industry for the school sector. And as an experienced microbit educator, Sue regularly works with and on behalf of the Microbit Educational Foundation, providing consultancy, training, and curriculum support. So yeah, a really expert panel out here. And I would just like to introduce the topic a bit before I open the floor for questions to the panelists. So we all know that no education system can be better than the quality of its teachers. I think that's a universal truth acknowledged everywhere. And we can safely agree that teachers all over the world contribute substantially to attainment of the Sustainable Development Goal number 4, which is quality and inclusive education. But I think the teachers of today have a very, very challenging context that they work in, perhaps to even teachers from 4 decades ago. Largely because I think, for one, we all agree that we live in the VUCA age or the VUCA world, which is a volatile, uncertain, complex, and a very ambiguous world. I think we all are aware about the rapidly changing geopolitical context, the complexities that are coming with climate change and the challenges that everyone is facing because of it. And also, in the same breath, I would say the rapid and advancement of technology, AI, and robotics, and the change that it will bring in our societies in the future. So it is absolutely spot on to say that the role of teachers in today's age as social change agents to bring about positive change in the society is absolutely very important. And the context for them is also very challenging. So within that context, we would just like to discuss what are the support mechanisms available out for in-service teachers and take really this discussion forward. So I think the first question, I would like to open it to all the panelists. Can you briefly, just to introduce the topic, talk about the current support mechanisms that you see working through your work and projects that are existing for in-service teachers in your country or in the context that you all work? Should we start with you, Dr. Ashita?
A very good morning. I think it's audible, no?
Yes.
Okay. Just to start with, because our topic is more on what is the support that we have to give to the teachers. And when we speak about the teachers, why we are focusing on the teachers, it's to bring out the best outcome in the education. And what is that best outcome? Because as Gauri was already introducing that we are living in that time period of VUCA time period where it is so much of volatile. And from the point of view of NCERT, we'll say that this is at the very transformational stage for us, where we have a new National Education Policy 2020 in place, which speaks about transforming the education system. So that transformation in the education system to happen, that competency-based education to happen in the schools, we need to transform our teachers. The transformative pedagogy in the teachers has to be there in place so that we will be able to bring out an individual, the NCF and the NEP. All of these focuses on bringing out the individual who has all the knowledge about how this has to be done, what the existing knowledge is, and why and where it has to be used. Along with that, the values and dispositions also have been stressed upon, because unless the individual gathers these values and they have an attitude to work for the society, we are not going to reach anywhere. We are not going to provide that quality education to our learners. What we see in today's scenario is the children are not getting that stress on the values or dispositions. Instead, we are more concentrating on the impartment of knowledge, the competencies and skills that has to be imparted, the capacities that has to be given to the child, so that they will be able to apply their knowledge in the given circumstances, because life is very much uncertain. So in that uncertain era, we need to make our learners capable of standing for the society, having all the values that they have to be there within themselves, and that attitude to work for the society and live with the resilience. So all these values, dispositions, capacities, and the competency-based education has to be imparted to the students. For that, we need the teachers to be transformed. Now, when we look at how these in-service teachers can be transformed, what are the types of training that we need to provide, or what is that professional development? Now, NCF and NEP has concentrated on the professional development of the teachers. It's not the era of training the teachers. we are not just going to train the teachers, we need to professionally develop them. So then that what comes to our mind is, what is that professional development, or what is that difference that it has? Not just this knowledge is to be used, like where it has to, what it has to be used and how it has to be used. More than that, we need to teach them why it has to be used and how it has to be used. So this is the difference when it comes from the training to the professional development. So all our training programs has to now build the capacity of the teachers so that there is a continuous professional development that is happening within the system. And we in NCRT, like because Gauri was posing on to the question like how we in the country are envisaging it and what we are doing it. So we have the Nishta program, and Nishta program almost focuses on this continuous professional development. So in that model, we will have to come up with many training programs which is focusing on the professional development of the teachers or building the capacity of the teachers. And in place, we have the national bodies, we have the block level, state level organizations, SCRTs are there in place in the government setup. Then we have the block level bodies also, district level, block level officers, diets, which also undertake such type of programs. But the thing is, our focus has to change from that providing the training of the content knowledge or the pedagogy as such to a holistic view. We need to combine all the outcomes, like to provide the best outcomes. What is that competency based education advocating for? The teacher needs to know that why and where it has to be used, rather than just knowing that what it is and how it has to be used. So till now we were just concentrating on that what and how. Now we need to move forward to that why and when it has to be used.
Yeah.
So that's all for now.
Yeah.
I think we can
thank
continue
you.
later.
Rishi, do you want to take up this section? Yeah.
So thanks, Gauri. So as Gauri and Dr. Ashti have already kind of given a context, right, what needs to be done, I'll just quickly share in terms of what is it that we've tried out in my organization. Though, of course, I belong to Azim Premji University, which is where I teach, but then the Azim Premji Foundation is the mother organization wherein we work in the field. As yesterday we heard Dominic talk about what the scoping survey has shown in terms of what is it that teachers would prefer as a support mechanism, right? And very clearly, face-to-face kind of an engagement is what the teachers are looking for. So this is something that is very obvious for all of us, I think, post-COVID, where we realize a completely online, a pure online mode doesn't work, right? It's kind of a stopgap at best. So it has to be a hybrid mode if face-to-face can't happen, right? But then because we work in the field, for us, face-to-face is a possibility. Now, that is what actually exists even as a system. If you look at the Indian education system, face-to-face engagement with teachers is a possibility. Even for the CBSE schools through your Sangatans, or even if you're looking at the large number of state government schools, it's a possibility because you have a mechanism going all the way up to a cluster, which is about 12 schools, right? So if you're looking at maths teachers in a cluster, you're looking at about 15, 20 math teachers at best, wherein you can engage face-to-face. Now the question really is, what is it that we are going to do with teachers, given again the context that you spoke of? It's a it's not just volatile future that one looking at, volatile present that we're looking at. The future is so uncertain that you can't really train anybody in this era, right? I think that's the first thing that we all need to acknowledge, that it is together trying to think through as to what could really be the best that we can do for the learning environment, right? And so keeping that in mind, and as ma'am you rightly said, in the morning we had Madam Secretary speak about the CPD, which NEP talks about, which is having at least 50 hours of continuous professional development available to all teachers, right? Now, what is the mode in which it should be made available? It could be multiple modes. And as much as possible face-to-face, but not everything is possible face-to-face. So for instance, if you have Ellie and Sue in UK, and we may want them to come and speak about certain things, and that probably has to be online. But then how can we make that hybrid? And that's really when I think someone like Dr. Ashti could come in from NCRT and kind of have a face-to-face based on what has happened hybrid through people who are not here. And so these are the kinds of modalities that needs to be worked out. So when you're talking of support, in this VUCA era, we will have to think afresh in terms of what is it that we need to do. And obviously, of course, it has to be looked at from a professional point of view, respecting teachers as professionals, giving them their agency. We'll talk about some of these in the discussion, but there are different ways in which we need to think about what we used to call teacher training.
And yeah, perfect, because I think one important thing is support might not just be a training program. It can come from a plethora of things around the teacher's ecosystem. Over to you, Ellie. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Gauri. And I completely agree with what Dr. Rashida mentioned and Rishi as well. And I just wanted to talk a little bit about some research that we have done on ECTIS with British Council India, and particularly about two projects. The first project is the one that my colleague Rebecca presented yesterday about the post-project impact evaluation of the CBSE competency-based education project, where we are looking to see the sustainability of the impact of the project, the long term, and identify any remaining gaps and how this can be addressed. But also another project that we're conducting with the British Council India, with the Maharashtra team, the English language team, around communities of practice. And this is as a support mechanism for teachers to share learning experiences and practices and learn from each other. And in this project, we're looking at two states, Maharashtra and New Delhi, and more particularly, we're looking in Maharashtra, focusing on English language teachers and the legacy of the Tejas project, which was running from 2016 until 2021, and we want to understand the legacy of the project. And we found that there are still, 2 years down the line, there are still some teacher activity groups happening in the state from self-motivated teachers and coordinators. And in New Delhi, we're looking at the Teacher Development Coordinator Program, the TDC program, and the impact of this, which is still running in New Delhi. And the findings from our research across those two projects are very similar, because the teacher learning and development, we identified that there needs to be some academic support, and of course the training, like my colleague Rebecca mentioned yesterday, it's 3-4 days, it has made a significant impact on teachers' mindsets, but also there are different support mechanisms, and all of them together are kind of like interlinked to fully support teachers. For example, from our findings, the buy-in, understanding, awareness of school leaders and head teachers of why it is important for teachers to be trained and for teachers' professional development, the benefits of training in CPD of teachers to the student, and how this can be reflected to students' learning. That was something that came up a lot. Also, the financial support in a sense of covering teachers' vacancies in schools, so teachers have protected time to go away from school for some hours in the day to dedicate in their own continuous professional development. So covering those teacher vacancies in schools, and also some academic support, so follow-up training, refreshing the content of the training. Also, as Dominique mentioned yesterday, providing these subject-specific sessions within the training with subject specialists as well, and also contextualize it to the local context, the social and cultural needs of the specific context. So kind of like an interplay of those different support mechanisms alongside the training and professional development. And yeah, particularly, we're talking a lot in this conference about the scale and India and the scale, which is important. And one way that to address that issue of the scale, how we can scale up and disseminate and share all of this knowledge, is through the communities of practice, through each other, through teachers collaborating, sharing learning activities, teaching assessment practices that they use in their classroom, and word to word, mouth to mouth, exchange this information. This can grow and to other schools and other states.
Thank you so much. Sue, do you want to come in?
Yeah, so my kind of take on this is a lot more broad, it's more global. Rather than just having an involvement in India, I've also been in other countries, so I've been able to see what's happening there as well. We have a range of different support mechanisms available to us. That's in the form of access to research, which has been made very consumable by lots of different people, such as the Raspberry Pi Foundation, who are making all sorts of research into different pedagogies. So that's accessible to us. There's also lots of amazing enrichment programs out there to further add to what you're offering in your class environments. And then remote teaching platforms that that take away the need to actually have physical devices, so that you can provide richer experiences to your pupils as well. And then speaking to what Ellie was just saying about the different communities that are available, you know, those are kind of twofold. You have those available in your local networks, in your local countries, but there are also lots of global support communities out there as well to really help extend your own abilities, but share best practice with your peers. And then localization, I think this is something that's becoming a lot better, but there's still obviously a long way to go. And a variety of other curriculum that's out there, so you can look to extend the programs that you currently offer and add to those too. So there's a lot out there to help support the teachers. Yeah.
Thank you so much. So I think in this section, all of you all did highlight that yes, there is quite a bit of, not just in terms of tangible training programs that are happening, but there are other aspects to ensure that teachers also become reflective and start taking ownership, maybe in the form of communities of practice or through their own networks, to take the onus of their professional development. So I know for a fact that, at least in our country, I know a lot of programs are underway to ensure that very strong, robust support mechanisms are available for teacher. We have a wonderful mission like Nipun Bharat. We have the Nishta program, ma'am, which you are part of, which is running wonderfully. I think a host of civil society organizations and NGOs are also working in this space. So the entire education community is very much invested in the teacher and keeping her or him at the heart of it. But having said that, we know that it's not translating really into the learning outcomes, and there is still a gap. So what is the trick really that we are missing? What is really missing? What is it that we need to do? I'll start with Rishi first.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's really, you know, the kind of work that we all have to come together to do. I'll give you an example. I mean, that illustration, I think, is what we could probably take forward into the discussion. When one talks about a 50-hour continuous professional development, now, what are the different ways in which you could go about doing it? And more importantly, what is the fundamental principle based on which this 50-hour CPD should be done? That is very important for us to understand. And again, going back to NEP, we'll find that the teacher's agency is very, very critical for this, right? So it can't be that anyone within the system deciding what is it that a teacher has to undergo. It will have to be the teachers themselves who will decide as to what is the kind of professional development or a professional course that would enable their further development, right? Now for that, I don't still see a complete comprehensive system in place. You know, you just did mention about Nishta and the wonderful work that NCRT has done to put it all up there. But Nishta by itself is not going to really help us drive this, you know, choice-based, self-paced professional development, right? Nishta requires further support systems, which could be, for instance, what in the morning again we heard Secretary Madam speak about the diets being staffed and you know, funds being allocated to not just the diets which are at the district level, and there are block resource centers, funds for those. Because what a teacher does in Nishta would be just getting some kind of a, let's say, deep dive into a certain idea topic, but then how does she then go about trying to explore that further is through her community of teachers, right? And further through exploring various other face-to-face options that you know, she would have, and that system is very weak currently. So we really need to work on that. One example, the illustration that I was talking to, is what was done in Karnataka about 5 to 6 years ago. In fact, the policy did pick up from that pilot. the Karnataka government education department with the SCRT came together and developed about 120 to 130 different modules. And these were all modules which were from a few hours, half a day modules to 3 to 5 day modules. And then technology was used to embed it on this platform where the teachers could log in and opt for any of these modules. Now, that was the technology bit, but then the capacity building was not going to happen online because the technology was used to identify where the teachers are located who are asking for a certain kind of a professional development. And then using that, what the teachers had enrolled for, the capacity building program was taken as close as possible to them. So the moment you had a quorum of, let's say, 50 teachers somewhere around a particular district, then the professionals, the facilitators would go to that district, and those 50 teachers would be released because automatically the technology would have enabled their leave sanction and everything, which we all know is also a problem. Right? So now this was a pilot which worked very well, but then COVID came and things didn't go well. But then now if you're going to do that in every state and across the country, we can imagine the amount of work that we need to do on all fronts. Right?
Eleftheria, do you want to take that question from the perspective of the evaluation background that you have? When you're looking at the spectrum of teacher evaluation and projects, where do you see the gaps in spite of best intent and stakeholders on the project? Yeah.
Great, thank you, Gary. Just I forgot to mention earlier in terms of the communities of practice, the project we're doing, the findings will be released early 2024, and what we developed is a toolkit for teachers on how they can establish their own community of practice, and also a guidance framework for senior stakeholders, policymakers on critical success factors, and how these can be potential challenges and solutions, potential solution to those challenges. And going back to your question, and thank you very much for that, I think some of the gaps are, I'll go back to what I said earlier in terms of like the lack of buy-in and understanding and awareness of from school leaders and head teachers. And so having some trainings and orientations for head teachers and school leaders around the importance of teachers training and CPD, I think is very important. I think in New Delhi there are a couple of initiatives, the Cluster Leadership Development Program and the Primary Leadership Development Program, but there needs to be more in other states as well to raise their awareness and their involvement on teachers, the importance of teachers' development. Another thing, there are so many initiatives as well. There are multiple initiatives around teacher training and CPD, which can sometimes be overwhelming for teachers to attend all of those different initiatives. So streamlining or merging some of those initiatives might help teachers to feel less overwhelmed, given also that the teachers are overworked, they have multiple teaching, administrative responsibilities as well, also other responsibilities at home, so they might not be able to attend all of them. And the large workload as well. And also the difficulty in accessibility as well, the difficulty in accessibility of the training, of resources, infrastructure, technological infrastructure as well. So these are some of the challenges that impede the full participation of teachers in the training in CPD.
Thank you so much for that. Dr. Ishita, I'll come to you. If you could answer the same question from the government's perspective and how perhaps the government in terms of policy frameworks is trying to address this gap. If you could focus on that, please.
Yeah, thank you, Gauri. Actually, coming to the gaps, we already have heard that it has been said that we all are aware that the training, after all these trainings, there is a gap that is existing. But what we still have not thought about, like why these gaps are existing. What is that we are saying that there is a professional development training that has been given to the teacher. Still, why the system is not working in that manner? We also need to think about that. We always discuss about like why the training programs and how the training programs have to be conducted. But before that, I would like to go back to like why the system is not working in the manner which we want it to be after giving all the training and the professional development to the teachers. The things that we found means when we interacted with the teachers and all the school heads, what we found is like after, even when they know all these pedagogies, the transformative pedagogies that they have to use in the classroom, when it does not become beneficial for them, they do not want to impart it in the classroom. Even those teachers who can effectively use all these transformative pedagogies are not using these in the classrooms. One reason what they state is their time constraint. Because of the content load that they have to teach, the syllabus that they have to complete, they concentrate more on imparting the content knowledge. So we need to reduce the content knowledge, which already the NEP has focused, and the National Curriculum Framework also speaks about like reduction of the content load. Because the knowledge is already in the fingers of the child. They will be able to, in the world of this ChatGPT, they know everything. They can just get it out. Even in the era of the Google era also, like we were able to get everything in our fingertips. So imparting content knowledge is not that important. But still the teachers are doing the same thing. One thing is it is easy for them. The other thing is the assessment is also based upon that. I think your session earlier, I could not listen to the session, but may have addressed that because our assessment, the examination reforms has to be in place. Unless the examination changes, the assessment does not focus on the competencies, our teachers are not going to do it because what for they are going to do it? The teaching is now mark oriented, only the marks become important and the teacher is evaluated based on the child's marks. So unless our evaluation pattern of the teacher also changes, our evaluation pattern, the way we assess the child has to change, the way we assess or evaluate the teacher's competency also has to change. It also has to be professionally looked into, like their competencies to deal with how much of professional development, how much of interest they have, how much of the learners like the teacher, what is the attitude, what is the value and dispositions that the teacher is able to bring in their learner. These are the things that has to be evaluated. Do we do that? And then still again we go on giving the training on all these pedagogies which the teacher is not going to do in the classroom. So these parts has to be focused in our system. Now coming to the gaps, like we, NISHTA was devised, or we thought about coming out with the NISHTA program because when we did an evaluation of the training programs, because from the day of initiation of NCERT itself, like we have been doing the training programs and it's a mandate of NCERT. But still we have not been able to reach. And so that the one problem that we identified was we are not able to reach all the teachers. So outreach was an important problem. So this I am telling devoid of what the teacher is doing in the classroom after getting all the training. But teachers themselves, we are not able to reach out to many of the teachers. We are just able to, because we were conducting the face-to-face program. Then we had the problems of like the training programs were not need-based. So what is the need of the teacher? And because the sir was already saying in Karnataka they had done it, like to understand using the technology, what is that the teacher requires? So keeping all these things in mind, the NISHTA was devised so that we will have a national resource groups who are from the NCERT and the other organizations which was attached, like NEPA was also there, to impart training to the leadership. Because when we speak about the teachers, it's very important that there is a fostering climate in the school also. The school also has to adapt to the changing needs. We do not change the climate in the school, the environment in the school remains the same. The principal wants a discipline in the classroom, principal wants the marks to be attained by the children, and all these things, and the teachers have to do all the other duties which they are assigned to. Then we are not able to, the teacher will not be able to impart whatever she has learned during the training process. So for these things to happen, we need to have a training for the school heads. That is why the holistic advancement training was also devised for the school heads as well as for the teachers. So we had the national resource groups which were going to the states, doing the face-to-face trainings for the days together so that we build up the capacity of the state resource groups. And these state resource groups were supposed to go to their particular states, districts, and do the training there for the block resource groups. And the block level were again imparting it to the teachers. So this is how the, and to avoid this cascading effect, we have seen that when the knowledge has been transformed, or the content and the pedagogy which we have learned, which we have given, imparted, will not be reaching to the last teacher. in the last school. So we wanted that to happen, so the hand-holding of the national resource groups were always there. We used to go for the states to evaluate what was happening in their training sessions also. So this is how little by little bit we were able to reduce the cascading effect and reach more teachers. Now, still we, because of the COVID, again we had to come back to the online. And the specialty, another specialty of this NISHTA program is we have an assessment system is inbuilt in that. So the teachers are also assessed. They have options for having discussions. It was also based upon the reflection. So there was an opportunity for the teachers to reflect upon. So unless that happens, like sir was also stressing on that, because that is very much essential. Earlier the training was like we will just speak and you are the gainers of the knowledge, you will just listen to us. So experts speaking and the teachers receiving at the receiving end. They were just the passive learners. In the NISHTA program, it was their work, their discussions, the group activities, whatever they had to do in the classrooms, the teachers themselves were doing it. And we was really actually, the experience was a real learning for all of us, because we could see that there was so much of creativity within the teachers, which we have never nurtured. We have never utilized it. And there was teachers used to come up with such ideas which we think as like we are the people who can train them. They were much better than us. So these are the things that we have to look into. And NISHTA, when it came on to the online, now the online, as you have said, has many problems. So we always advocate for a hybrid approach, because that face-to-face, the effect of that face-to-face training, that presence of that people and the discussions that happens in the face-to-face mode, that does not happen in an online mode. So we are experiencing that, but the certification, the assessment, the discussion forums, whatever technology can be imparted, inbuilt into the system is being taken care of, so that we will be able to reach out to more teachers. Now, more than 2 crore of teachers have obtained their certification. That means more than when they attain a 70% score. And this score is not just based upon the MCQ questions. They have open-ended questions. They have discussion forums. So they have to submit the project's portfolio. So this, how to make a portfolio, how to submit it on. So all these things, technology is also integrated into the NISHTA system. So this is how we try to bring in the professional development into the system.
Yes, yes. And what has remained with me when you responded was the unanimous sigh from all the teachers when they said that we are evaluated on the marks of our learners. So yes, that was very vocal out here. Thank you, ma'am, because you gave me a segue into my next question, which is for Sue, I think. And ma'am opened the thing about ChatGPT. She spoke about COVID and everything that happened online during that period. But having said that, I think we do live in a time where technology is advancing very rapidly. I think we still underestimate the potential of technology, because with AI, robotics, everything coming in the future, a few decades ago we were like, mobiles will not be a reality, and now the kind of things that are happening with mobile phones, it's exceptional. So in this context, and what we especially saw during COVID, that there was a big catapult in the way teachers also took up to online. They were forced onto it in many ways, especially in contexts like ours. So where do you see the future with technology? I think through the discussions today, we know that hybrid is the most sought after format, but is that the format for the future? How much will technology take over? What does disruptive technology play a role, like ChatGPT and other bot-related features? So could you throw some light on that aspect, Sue, and what is the role of the teacher in that context?
Yeah, so, well, COVID brought around lots of positive outcomes, I think. I think there was a lot of fear for many about different ways of training, and maybe feeling uncomfortable and not necessarily appealing to people. When COVID hit, we didn't have a choice. We were forced, as you say, into having to work in new ways, and that meant we were forced to have to do training to be able to onboard those new ways and those new methods. It was unexpected, and it was instantaneous, and there was a mass increase in the way that people were behaving so differently so quickly as well. The training result, obviously, we saw was very much online at the time, and I was part of that, working actually with some people in the audience here, which has been lovely to meet some people. So through the British Council, we did a project for master trainers to learn about how to use the microbit, and then how to deliver that training on to other teachers. And the way that was delivered was completely online. It being a physical device makes that really challenging, because everyone learns at different speeds, everyone has different prior knowledge, and different needs for themselves in that space. So when you're doing virtual training, so a trainer actually delivering that training, it can be quite challenging to not be there in the room with people. So then the online self-paced training can be really beneficial, but then you miss out on that unique knowledge that you get from the trainer, and that opportunity to ask individual questions. But the benefit of the way that we delivered the microbit training through the British Council with the master teachers, the master trainers, meant that they were gaining some knowledge from me, but then they were taking that, they were asking the questions, they were gaining an extra level of knowledge that they could then disseminate to the teachers in their areas. But I also wanted to speak to the fact that there are lots of teachers that we can't necessarily reach still. Teachers all have to be released, and actually it's really beneficial for them to have time in between tasks, in between learning tasks, in between training time, to be able to embed that knowledge, to test things, try them, and then see what comes out for them as new questions, new things that they need to ask, so that then they can come back to the training and learn a little bit more. Just like the students need to embed knowledge, and they need time for that to happen, so do we as teachers as well. So yeah, it certainly pushed us outside of our comfort zone, COVID, didn't it? And it meant that a lot of the different tools that were available to us had to react really quickly. So it's left us with some really robust systems in place that we can return back to, from the point of view of online self-paced learning, and also virtual courses that we can keep returning back to as well. So it's nice to have those things, and because there was so much change needed by a different collection of people and a different set of mindsets, we had to, or the development companies who were creating these platforms also had to create for different types of users and different levels of ability as well. And a lot of those tools still remain now, which is fantastic, because anyone can pick up on those at any point. They had to act quickly, and it meant that we were all able to be there. But things are still being invested in now as well. So the EdTech solutions that we have are being improved continuously. The Microbit Classroom platform is a perfect example of that, because it was actually developed just before COVID hit. I think before COVID was even known about it, they were starting to plan for it. And the platform allows any student, any teacher to learn with a physical tool in a non-physical way, which sounds bizarre. But there's a simulator in the system that allows you to actually test and see how this little microbit device, it's a tiny, tiny computer for those of you who haven't heard about it, that allows you to interact with the physical world around you and learn about coding and computing in different ways. So you can learn about that device through the simulator. But it's in a completely safe environment, completely enclosed, no personal information shared, so that's fantastic, peace of mind for teachers. Also, the environment means that pupils and teachers can interact with each other on this platform. The teachers can live see the code that's available, that the students are creating at that moment. They can provide, at the time, real-time feedback and suggestions on what can be done. And then I think Also, one of the gaps that we had in EdTech early on was the lack of assessment and evidencing. So solutions were quickly put out there for us to be able to use and learn and teach in new ways. But the assessment and evidencing sadly often follows late on behind. But that gap had to be filled quickly because so many people were teaching online as well. And again, within the Microbit platform, there's been the opportunity to actually evidence the work that the pupils have done by downloading a Word document, including all of the code that's been created. And then recently, the edition, which is a fantastic edition that has come about, I'm really pleased about this, allows the teacher to be able to actually edit the student's code. Whilst I don't advocate the teacher editing the code from the point of view of the code that's been created, the fact that we as teachers can go in and add comments in, provide specific suggestions, ask questions that might lead them towards different solutions, and provide feedback or feed forward to speak to something else that was mentioned yesterday to help those students to be able to further develop. So EdTech, Microbit Educational Foundation isn't the only tool, Microbit Classroom isn't the only tool out there that's doing that. Loads of people throughout are creating really fantastic resources which will remain, and that I think we need to celebrate.
Thank you, and that's very interesting, Sue. And on that note, I'll open the floor for questions. Can I have people raising their hands if they have any questions for the panel? Yeah. I'll just see if there's a mic that we can get you across. The gentleman there will come.
Okay, hello. Good morning, all of you. Thank you for inviting us. Dear panelists, my question is, rather I'll begin with an example. When we are teaching input and output devices to the students, they are at the same time hacking the IDs. Okay? And whenever, one fine day I heard about ChatGPT a few months back, I went to the class, I emerged as a winner. I thought today I'm going to talk about something new. And I took the name in the class. Have you ever heard of ChatGPT? 5 or 6 hands were raised out of 30. I said, okay, still, I am a winner. I somehow raised my collar within myself. But then as soon as I started talking, they gave me the idea about Google Bard, which I had never heard of. So do you think that we are missing out the bus? The moment I reach a bus stop, the bus has already left. So whether we are about to go in for the content or the context or the technology, or how to impart it? That's what is my question.
Tough question. Who wants to take it?
I'd be happy to share one comment about this, certainly. So yeah, I love that analogy that the bus has already left, and I totally feel that. I've been there before. So I think that we need to celebrate the knowledge of our students as well. We have an opportunity to empower the students. We don't have to have all the answers. As teachers, we've historically known everything that we're going to be teaching and felt very comfortable wearing those slippers. And then all of a sudden, things have begun to move at such a pace we cannot keep up. And I would ask you to ask yourselves, do we actually need to keep up, or do we get the opportunity to use the expertise that's in the classroom from our students as well? Celebrate that. You know, every child, every individual has a talent, and if we've got an opportunity to make use of that, it's only going to make them feel more confident, more capable, and perhaps make decisions about what they might want to do with their future based around that. So I would recommend to make use of that, basically. Yeah. So I think there's also, sorry, just quickly, we're going to have this situation where with AI and all of the changes we're going to have, ChatGPT, etc., everything's going to change so quickly, and it's going to be impossible for us to keep up. We're not going to all be able to be released to all learn about these things to the depth that we need, and it's difficult to know at this stage which direction things are going to go in, and they're going to go in many directions. You know, AI is not just one solution; it's many solutions. Last week, there were new jobs advertised on LinkedIn that had never existed before. This week, there are more new jobs advertised on LinkedIn that have never existed before, and that's going to continue. We can't possibly compete with that. So we just need to do our best to make use of all the tools around us, whether that be parents mentioning someone, talking about parents coming in and talking about their roles, or whether that be reaching out to local businesses who might be able to support and upskill, and unfortunately keeping our eye on the button as much as we can, which is a really challenging thing with the workload of the teachers already so high. It's the same globally. So yeah. Hopefully
Thank you
that
so
helps.
much and well answered. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, thanks, Sue. I think, pretty much the answer to that question. But then I also wanted to add, in fact, morning when, in the morning panel, I think Duncan spoke about, this issue of tech also probably bringing in inequity, right? So I think one of the major roles that teachers can play is as tech comes in, and as you rightly said, allowing this and, celebrating it, teachers playing a role wherein we continuously ensure that there is equity as much as possible, right? And how is it that we bring that, and what is it that we do? Because that's something that generative AI will not be able to do, to the best tech. It will probably still be able to do as you program it and as it keeps learning, but it will never be able to do as much as we would be. So I think that's a major role that we would have to play as teachers. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah. Good afternoon, all of you. I just want to say, because among all the panelists, one member from NCRT and one is from university system and others too. For why I just say one or two little points to you. Because everybody we have discussing about NEP 2020 and NCF 2022. Because these are all familiar words after 2020 for all of us, because maybe 90% of our people are associated with the school education system. We are also from the school board like this way. But sir is here. For why I just say one thing, that though it is for us it is new thing, it's a gate system and others. But in 2014 and 15, sir knows, it is coming in the form of CBCS or CBCT in the university system. And UGC has implemented it. First for the central university system and then to the state university system. So now it is all over India. It was 100% implemented in the higher education system. So now the word is very familiar for us, because 2020, all our school system up to higher education to our secondary system, all system all are covered with us. So my suggestion only with this, because it is a teacher training like this way, which systems are you please advise or written like this way, as well as madam also. I said what in your Orissa meeting also, organized by your NCRT, that same system which UGC has implemented for a training, we should not do it for our school system also. It's true, it is a congruent list for higher as well as a state, because yesterday we discussed with the madam also, education is the central government list as well as the government list also. But the same system which UGC has implemented for implementing the CBCT as well as CBCS, because all the concept is same, because it is from Thali system to buffet system like this way. So my suggestion only to madam and sir, that such kind of thing please be forwarded to the central government or other government. So the same type of training, the which UGC has implemented through AIU, All India University, same system, if we will do it for our, then I hope 100% benefit will get. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. There are some questions from our online audience, and I'm just going to try and pick up two. So teachers receive a lot of training, and they're attending online trainings, offline trainings, and they get a lot of certificates. How are these certificates a guarantee that they have learned what they have learned and used it in the classroom? Ma'am, do you want to take that?
Big question. But see, this is one drawback which we find in the online training programs, because we have certain MCQ questions which is there, and then after doing that, you get a score, and then the training is done. And we are not very sure whether that training has, whether there is any gain for the teacher after doing that particular training. And when we make that 50 hours of CPD compulsory for all the teachers, now then again it becomes a issue that like they just will be attempting it, getting it certified and producing it so that to show as a proof that we have completed the 50 hours of CPD, which is not what we are envisaging for, or what is just not what we wanted to happen. So there we need to build an inbuilt system to see that the teachers, after gaining this training, the teachers needs to be evaluated, means as I was telling, not on the basis of the marks of the students, but on the basis of how far these training programs have been used by the teacher in the classroom. So their progression, the standard for the teachers has to be fixed on that, and they need to be evaluated based on that, and some incentives for the teacher also needs to be given, which we are advocating when we are saying about the CPD. Because when in case of the UGC, when they are saying they have the refresher courses, orientation courses, which the teachers have to do, all the university teachers have to do, and after that they get a promotion, and their promotions are also linked to that. So in the similar manner, some benefit for the teachers after, not just by the certification, but by fulfilling all the criteria that their standards are being met. They are able to impart it in their classroom, they are able to show the change, because they are now the change makers. So then only we will be able to attain something.
Yes, Rishi.
Just take a slightly different take on this. See, this is a typical autonomy versus accountability kind of a question, right? Which one would come first? Because I think there is a huge trust deficit in our system currently, and we really don't trust the teachers as much as we should be. Yes. And I think we need to bring that back in a very big way. And once we do that, then there is teachers agency there, and no one's going to waste their time going and doing trainings if they're not going to use it, unless it is mandated and they're forced into it, right? So once there is professionalism, and that is the reason why we are wanting this to move into this domain of, one is of course calling it as professional development, and once we're looking at teachers as professionals, then they're going to use everything that is going to come in as part of professional development, because, as an individual teacher, I'm deciding as to what is it that I want to do to professionally develop. Because I'm finding that as a difficulty in my classroom situation, and I'm going to go and attend courses or workshops and try and learn from that, and then I'm going to go and implement it, right? So the mandatory aspect, and that's the reason why it's good riddance of the 20-day SSA training that used to happen some time ago. Because this 20 days was designed here in Delhi and sent across the country, and every teacher, whether they liked it, wanted it or not, were made to sit across these 20 days through the year, which was absolutely useless, and it gave bad name for any kind of capacity development, right? So we are moving away from that era, I think, which is a very nice thing, and but now we'll have to fill in these gaps. We will have to bring in a lot of trust, allow the teachers to take those decisions, and then they're going to use it. And I don't see being able to monitor that, because we're still again going to get stuck in the same rut. I mean, so trust is really the key thing, is what I would say.
Absolutely, absolutely.
To add something, in the CPD, we also have come up with a guidelines for how the CPD has to be conducted, and in that we speak about the cafeteria approach, where the teacher orders what they want. So it will be like many things are in offer. There are generic concerns which are being taken care of. There are subject-specific pedagogy courses which are there. So all the systemic concerns are also there. So all these aspects are in offer in the cafeteria, and the teachers are the people who will be making their choices. So then it is according to their need, according to their interest, then hopefully they will be implementing it, using it, and the professional development will happen.
Okay. Yes, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to add something to that, basically from the community of practice perspective, which is more of a bottom-up, voluntary approach, and teachers, it kind of increases the ownership of teachers and their awareness of their own CPD, and being able to have not a trainer, but a facilitator of the community, not a trainer, so it's not there is no hierarchy, there is more like a bottom-up approach, and also for the teacher to be able to give feedback to the content of the training or the community of practice. So, for example, they want to improve their skills and knowledge around inclusive education. So they haven't covered it in previous sessions. So to be able for the teacher to give feedback of what they want to cover, what they want to discuss, to increase their ownership that you all mentioned. I think that's really important.
Yes, thank you so much. And yeah, sure.
I'm sorry, because I just thought that this is important. And building upon what you spoke of, it's something that we in our organization tried out across the country. We call them as the VTF, Voluntary Teacher Forum, because on one hand, we used to hear teacher educators say that teachers are not interested in training. On the other hand, we would hear teachers saying that we would like to learn so much. We would want to know about technology. We would want to know new researchers and what they're saying. So we realized that obviously there is a demand and there is something which is amiss there. And so we created these VTFs, which were set up in different schools within the clusters. And obviously since we were doing it informally, it was happening either post-school or during weekends. And very soon we had large numbers. The number of teachers that you would not even find in training, we had it in VTF during non-teaching and non-school days. So they were coming in there in their holidays, knowing that what they were discussing there in the community of practice, along with like-minded people without any hierarchy, was something which was very useful, which they could take back to their classrooms. Right, so it has worked, and research is proving it. So yeah.
That's great. That's great, really. I'm just going to, if there's no question, there are questions. Okay. The lady. Oh, I didn't see.
Somebody?
Okay.
Okay.
If I could request, because we have limited time, so if you could keep your questions succinct and yeah.
Yeah, I think most of the things are already answered and addressed by the panel. So in addition to that like we should have the option to choose the kind of training and we should follow it, and how a teacher could be motivated to have those training. Is it possible to have a mechanism like the teachers could opt for the need-based training for oneself and continue it for some time, and then we can have a little assessment policy? So it cannot be a one-day training, because this 50 hours also we know that we are mixing it with online and offline and finishing it. So if it has to be made mandatory, and then this training, this professional development goes for some time, followed by a proper assessment of understanding the kind of training it used to have. So is it possible to have something like this so that when a teacher goes back to the class can really feel the change and adopt those change which is required for meeting the today's expectation in education? So that's.
So kind of linking in with that, I feel like there's a model that works really well, which might be worth adopting or considering by lots of people. So having in-person training or virtual training, which is then followed by online self-paced training. So then you get the initial training that's then followed up by something that you can dip in and out of, that you can at your own leisure and your own choice and your own needs select which bits you need to focus on and return to that at any point as well. So I think it's so easy to have to learn something new, have to implement that something new, and then if it's a specific tool that links in with a specific part of the curriculum at that specific time of the academic year, you then might not return back to it until the following year. So if you can then dip back into training or update yourself on the online training, self-paced training, just the bits you need, it can be really valuable. But obviously also needing that assessment to know that you have actually really understood the key points that need to be understood. I know that doesn't entirely link with what you're saying, but I just wanted to share that I think it's a really valuable model that could be helpful. So yeah.
Yeah, that's a good, the face-to-face format, yeah.
Yeah, CPD, like when we are saying, like as I said earlier, also we had developed the guideline, and in that we are also advocating for this blended approach, where the teachers are initially given a training on the face-to-face, and then they go back to their school, they impart this thing, and then again online support is given. Like we have done an online course also in this blended mode for economics teachers, especially for the postgraduate teachers in economics, where we did the 15 days of face-to-face training, where all the theory, complete pedagogy, everything, all the generic concerns, everything was taken care of, and the teachers went back to the field, and then we were giving the online support on the online. So hand-holding was there. They were coming for the discussion forums and discussing among themselves. The teachers like were themselves solving their queries like each other. Mentorship also was happening. And then later on we had again a face-to-face training to see like how far, what they are finding, what are the practical difficulties they find in the field. So this type of blending way of training, blended approach will help us in seeing the practical problems also.
Thank you so much. And since the audience out here will have an opportunity to engage with our panelists during lunch, I'm just going to prioritize one online question as the last question for the day. Ma'am, your point of teacher assessment based on student marks has stuck on with everyone. So, so there's a broad question. There are many questions in this area, but I'll just club it into one question which is standing out. So how can we shift the parents' mindset? And when I say parents, I'll expand it to society and not just parents. So how can we shift the parents or the society's mindset from asking what is the content that the student has learnt to how well is the student organized in his or her daily life? Is the student kind? Is the student helping others? So more of those value system-based education question. Anyway, that's the last question of the day.
Okay. See, that there the focus is on the like society as such. Like when we speak about like the parents, they are also a part of the society. As being a part of the society, they look forward for what is that the marks that my child has got. What is the content that my child has? Because the value in the society gives value only for that learning or the marks that the child has got. When they go into the higher education, again, they are evaluated on the basis of the marks. So everywhere the marks are becoming important and the marks-oriented teaching learning is happening. But when you look at the employment sector, where the children are getting into the employment, you will see that it's not just based on the marks. There the employer is looking for the competency. So there is a systemic change which has to happen. Without that systemic change, whatever support that we are going to give to the teachers, whatever change that is going to happen in the training programs or the professional development programs, we will not be able to reach anywhere unless that systemic change happens. So we need to move into a society where the society demands for the competencies, the values, the attitude of the child becomes important. So the employer, when the employer is looking at a child who has, or the person who has all these competencies, the skill to work, the creativity within them, the capacity to solve the problems, the critical thinking abilities, all these things are what the employer wants. So that is why our unemployment also goes on increasing, because we say that that person has scored a first rank in the university level, but still is not able to reach into the profession. They are not able to find an employment because they are not able to think critically. They do not have that capacities or the competencies built in them. So the values, attitudes, capacities, all these things takes a place, and which we need to change our society from that mark-oriented teaching learning to the looking forward for an individual who has these values and dispositions. So unless that happens, and we look forward that hopefully we'll be able to.
Yeah, Rishi would also like to respond to that.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to build on what you said. Now, drawing from my PhD research is about the assessment. So there is a century of research around progressive education, pedagogies on experiential learning and the value of those things. But why it's not happening, not only it's all over the world. Like, I'm from Greece, my mom is a teacher. I'm living in the UK, teachers there, they find difficulty in implementing those things in the classroom. And this is why those dispositions, the values and skills and the interplay of those are very difficult to be assessed in a formal education system. So I think there is a need to identify and find assessment methods on how to assess values, disposition, critical thinking, creative thinking, cultural understanding, and all of those things in a formal education setting. So yeah, that would be even more valuable for the students in the future to be able to prove to their employers that they have all of those skills.
You wanted to zoom?
We're being very kind up here, aren't we? I just wanted to talk about project-based learning and the value of it. When going out into the workplace, if students have been able to participate in project-based learning, they've got experiences that they can draw on, as well as the opportunity to gain the skills, those valuable life skills, the core skills, the transversal skills that we talk about. But if they don't have those projects and those experiences, then they're going to not have any way of demonstrating their understanding of those, let alone the ability to onboard those. Yeah, there was something else I was going to say, but I've forgotten what it was now. So I shall hand over.
Thanks. Yeah, I just thought I would respond to that question, which had the parent and how to convince the parent better, the society, right? Through an example again, slightly indirect one. About 15 years ago, a little over that, is when an activity-based learning pedagogic model was expanded in Karnataka. After about 10 years of a pilot, it was expanded to all state government schools, which was about 40,000 schools. And soon enough, there was a pushback from the community, from the parental community, saying that, you're making our children to dance and play, and there's no teaching happening, no learning happening, and wherein all the other children who go to paid schools, private schools, are sitting quietly and learning. Right now, and it was an obvious comparison to a place where they can't send the children, and they made, in their minds, guinea pigs here. But then very soon they realized that their children were able to do much more than these children who were, taught in a very didactic manner. Right? But then that had to be shown. So what the government schools were encouraged to do is have these little melas where children would read that day's newspaper, would measure some things and tell their parents as to how tall they are or how long their nose is, and those kind of melas, which most of these other children who were going to private schools and probably showing that they know more maths through the marks that they were achieving could not do some of these very practical, simple exercises, right? And that kind of convince and activity-based learning as a pedagogic approach is continuing today up to grade 3 in many states. I think it then spread to many states. So across the country we have ABL. And,
that's good. That's really nice. Yeah, and that practical life skill-based learning, we just cannot ignore it. Very important. So I'm going to do the brave thing of summarizing what the panel has said, without missing out my pen somewhere upstairs and not writing any notes, but I'll try. I'll give it a shot. So we discussed a lot of support mechanisms for teachers out here, starting from direct training, which is more formal, to informal context. We spoke a lot about teacher autonomy, having the trust in teachers that they know best what is best for them, and the enabling environment, including head teachers, parents, and the social factors that surround the teachers, which should play an enabling role in supporting the teachers in achieving the learner outcomes for their students. I would also say we spoke about society and the last question that is there, but coming to the part that technology is here to stay, and not just teachers, but we also need to adapt it. It's fine to miss the bus. It is okay. It is important that you catch the next bus, or perhaps you hop on the plane that your learner is, riding. I think knowledge is coming to not just our learners, but to us also from different 360-degree kind of point of view, and it's best to absorb it when we can and how we can. So yes, on that note, I would say believe in the teachers. The systems are working towards it. It's much like nurturing your learners, where you give them all the resources, you give them all the avenues, and trust that they will choose their paths correctly. And that's what we want for the teachers to do as well. So on that note, thank you so much. Lovely audience. Thank you so much for being here. And thank you to the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Corey. Thank you to each of the panelists. It was a wonderful discussion, and we got many questions on the virtual chat as well. We've taken a note of all of them. Few have been answered, the remaining one will be answered. So I hope all of you enjoyed the first part of the conference. We take a pause here and we'll break for lunch now, which has been arranged in the Charbagh at the ground floor. Before you head out, again, some quick instructions like yesterday about the afternoon sessions. Post-lunch, we will have breakout sessions and workshops focusing on various topics like curriculum and pedagogy, improving life skills instructions in schools, enhancing leadership skills, sports and arts integration, nurturing interconnectedness, compassion. So all of you here have registered for the workshop you want to attend. So please take note of the venues of your respective workshops and make your way to the venues by 1:50 p.m. This schedule is also displayed on the screen for your reference. Both. Mm-hmm.
For the coaching session, we would like the facilitators to join us for the last session. So we will get to them.
Sure.
You can just tell them.
Sure.
For the reflections, all the facilitators of breakout sessions, you just need to come and leave everything.
So these workshops will be running from 2 to 3:30 p.m. followed by a tea and coffee break at the Charbagh. And in the theatre, we will resume at 4 p.m. All the facilitator of the workshops, we will request you to rejoin us at 4 p.m. for the reflection and wrap-up sessions. And for our virtual audience, we encourage you to rejoin us at 4 p.m. Thank you. Welcome back to the concluding phase of the conference. We hope you found the workshop insightful and enriching. As part of our commitment to celebrating and sharing transformative experiences in education, we initiated a school video competition before the conference and invited schools from across the country to submit videos that articulated how British Council training programs have positively influenced their educational initiatives. I would like to invite Ms. Ritika Chandaparuk to join us on stage and provide us a brief on this competition and unveil the name of the best 3 entries.
So it's very interesting because, we were talking about assessment of training. And the assessment of training can take this, serious, formal, let's have this 1:1 conversation. Or we could ask people to send in a 1-minute video of their work and get to see whether what they think about it is what we think about it. And we thought this was a brilliant idea, but sometimes brilliant ideas are not that brilliant ideas, So what didn't work for us was the timing. So we sent out the request for the competition at a stage when schools were very busy and it was a holiday season. But we thought we'll plow on anyway because sometimes you've got to start, And we're very, very grateful that actually 11 schools did send us their videos. And we are also grateful to the schools who sent us the videos which triggered the idea. But it wasn't a part of the competition. They just sent us the video and we said, wow, if we had more videos like this. So that's how we got started on this. And there was another learning for us from this, was that, making a video is not an easy task as we think it is. And a badly made video with very good content makes you think, oh my God, the message was so good, but the video is so, not so inspiring, simply because it has a few technical glitches, which has got nothing to do with the amazing work the teacher has done, and you don't want to, kind of create a negative attitude towards the work simply because the video was not edited or polished. So we have taken a decision not to actually screen the videos, but to work on them and give it that little technical cutting and finishing effort, to really respect the work of the teachers that did it and then put in a sincere effort of, recording it, because this is not the test of your photographic and cinematographic skill, but just a report on what you did in your classroom. So I would like to acknowledge Delhi Public Schools Sector 45 Gurgaon, who sent us their video on Primary Stars Premier League work that they did in PSHE. So is Sector 45, anybody there from there? They were there yesterday, I know, but I don't know whether they're there now. So I'm sure if there's a round of applause for them. Excellent. They had very good work on that. The second school that we are recognizing, whose video that we liked was Ramjas International School, RK Puram, on their work on microbit. So they did an amazing work on their microbit. And the last one was on CBE training that they received. And this was Chinmaya Vidyalaya Virigambakam. Yeah, so I made it. Okay, Chennai. And they did excellent. I think theirs was slightly long, but the best video in the video sense of the word. I think others did the work, but the video was good because they were able to show us what they were doing in the classroom. There was classroom action in the video, but it's not easy to give a classroom action video for safety reasons. So the learning that we are taking away is that we will create a video ourselves giving video guidelines, of how to do it, so that there is support available to teachers to submit it in the future. So that's one of the learnings that we are taking away. So this was a little experiment that we did. We're very encouraged by what we got. We learned how to improve upon it, and we hope that next year we'll repeat this and we will get a lot more assessment of the training that we've done in one sense or the other. So that's what I wanted to share about the video conference. So I'm just going to continue here onto the next stage of what we wanted to do, which is my job now, to reflect on and close the conference. Yesterday, when we had end of day reflection, we asked participants of the master classes to share with us their views and what they felt about it. But this time round, we felt that what would be very, very interesting for us to do is to ask our facilitators what they felt about their sessions and their classes and the group of people who were in the room with them. So I do hope that you'll be able to come forward and share with it. Now, since Rishi was the person I first warned that I was going to do it, I'm going to take the liberty of inviting Rishi up first to, just reflect upon what it was like to have these master classes and what it was, to participate.
Thanks, Ritika. So, Ritika did warn me with very little time, of course, for me to think much, but, as we all know, the kind of participants overall in the 2 days of conference, we've just, been so let's say, I'm not getting the right word, but then we've been able to pass on energy that we carry with us to each other. And I think, hence, these 2 days have gone by so nicely that at the end of the day, today, we feel that it was just continuous learning journey that we were on since yesterday. And I think it's thanks to each and every one who've been here, who come from so many different places, and who come and shared your energy with the kind of lovely work that you've done. And that's precisely what we got to also see in the masterclass, because we heard about so many of the wonderful things that people are doing in their own workspaces. It could be school leaders, could be teachers, some who are just young educators who are also thinking of what to do in the education space, but each one with these brilliant ideas. And I think in the masterclass that I had yesterday and today, I've gained considerable amount of energy on the kinds of things that we were discussing, because there is so much of it which is already happening, on the ground, in the schools. In fact, today when we were discussing of how a simple idea like how do we move away from a competitive style by ensuring that every single child is recognized for something which they are good at. There were so many schools which said they're already doing that. And the only issue being that as we move up the higher grades, it gets difficult to do it. So then we were able to discuss a little bit on that. So this kind of good practice which is there across, and I think with conferences like this, with probably a little more space to share, or maybe post-conference, if this can come together in some form, it would be documented somewhere where we can then do much more with it. So that's something which I felt was a very big takeaway. Two was that with all of us coming in with this open mind to learn, right? That was there in master classes. All of us, whatever be our experience, in fact, I have ma'am here, DLF school, 27 years of running the school, all the 27 years there as the school leader, and with such a curious student-like attitude in the master class and sharing so much, and each one of us, I'm just picking that example because she was the last one I spoke to earlier, but then each one of us, each one of the participants were there coming in with this rich experience, but still being so open to so many other ideas that were coming in there and then sharing their insights. I think that was the most beautiful thing for me in the master class. Yeah? And thank you so much, Ritika.
In fact, the problem of having Rishi with us on the team is we get so excited about things, and then we get this sense of, oh, we must do this, and then we must do this. And then you get this feeling, oh, but I also have a day job which I have to continue to do, you know. And then, you know, so we have this, you know, we were just discussing how we might want to look at some of the resources we have, map, you know, all the courses that are there and all the resources are there and things like that. So I think it's setting off a lot of things in motion having you. So thank you so much, Rishi, for being with us. Can I now request Lubaina to, is she there? Yeah, please. To come and share a bit from your perspective of running the master classes and being a part of this conference and contributing to it.
Thank you. Thank you, Ritika. Thank you for giving us this platform. You know, for us, it was a big thing. We are Jane Goodall Institute coming up with something that is not traditionally part of the school system. And for us to share with the people who attended the masterclass from a place of emotion, really, that was something that we did with all our hearts. And gosh, what fertile soil it fell on. Teachers are beautiful people, and they have beautiful hearts. And, you know, we talk about interconnectedness in our workshop in every which way, in terms of an ecosystem, in terms of how we connected with each other. And I felt so connected to all our participants because they connected with us on an emotional level. We were able to convey to them that empathy in decision-making is not a problem. It should be a way of life. And I think that's something that's going to make for a better world. We learned of so many amazing things that they do which they don't even consider are amazing. You know, because it just happens in the classroom and they just share it with us. So I think they do it all the time. When we deal with concepts like empathy and emotion and interconnectedness, we do try to give it, you know, a structure and a form that it can be applied in the classroom. And we were very happy to see that there were a lot of teachers who were more than ready to take it to the classroom. And we hope we can take that forward from this point on. And thank you once again for giving us this opportunity. Right.
So it's just like when you cook something, you need different kind of ingredients, you know. And in cooking this conference, in a sense, you know, Lubaina and the Jane Goodall Institute provided that soft, you know, comforting, empathetic presence, which we kind of, in the thing of, are we doing enough assessments? Is it killing us? You know, that the harshness of it goes away and you're looking suddenly slightly differently at the world. So thank you for giving us that, you know, soft perspective and that empathetic and that comforting presence to take forward a side which is so important to nurturing young people in schools and which we forget because we are headed, you know, eyes on the prize kind of situation of getting young people out into the workplace, into the job. But, you know, recognizing that they need that nurturing has been a great part and a great addition to the conference. So thank you. Now may I call upon Adrian and Sue, or Adrian, you're going to do it, yes, sir. And they're on the opposite side. Their challenge was technology in a small space.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to comment. So we were doing the session on core skills and coding, myself and my colleague Sue. And once we unpacked what we all meant by core skills and got a mutual understanding, it was found that people obviously are already doing core skills through their teaching and work. There was a wide range of great examples, but not necessarily labeled as core skills, that these are just good things that good teachers do. We went on to discuss the balance between knowledge and skills development in schools and how you can get it hopefully right without creating more burden and pressures on the teacher regarding this is a new phenomenon, a new thing that we're talking about. And we also talked about progression. Some were saying, I understand this, but what can we do to move on? How can we analyze it? And we talked a little bit about the Skills Builder platform, which is a way of reflecting on what you're already doing well and where you may want to go next. We also looked at coding as a great example of how you might think of coding as just, mathematical and technical, but it's applying that in a skills-based way to consider creativity, using the microbit devices. And everyone had a really good go at using the technology. And I must say, everyone was very good at trying it out with the phones and in what was a small room. But that's the realities of teaching, isn't it? You don't know necessarily what you're going to get room-wise. And that was perhaps a realistic exploration. So I've really enjoyed the opportunity to get an insight into some of your schools and environment, just a small insight, and I do hope there's a chance to build on that and maybe come back and do some more, because it's a very exciting opportunity. So thanks very much.
I'd like to call upon Dominic, if you would come and tell us. Dominic's, I think, research was one of the most popular elements in the whole of the, conference. All of us took something away from it. This is the feeling that we had. And even now, I want to go back and look at it once more, because there are treasures in it which I want to dig out and take a look at, in that sense. But I'm interested to hear from Dominic, as I'm sure you all are, about how she felt about running her sessions and talking with everyone.
Yes, so I just would like to say thank you as well for the opportunity to do so much during these 2 days. So I must say I'm quite tired at the end of the 2 days with the presentation, 2 workshops and a panel discussion. But it's been a wonderful time. And as Professor Rishi said, this kind of opportunities is not just for us to give, but also for us an amazing opportunity to learn. And I'm really thankful for how well the report was welcomed. So many of you came and told me how much. And what I really found great is that when you said it was good and interesting, you didn't just say that. Usually when you talk to me, people that came to talk to me refer to a specific slide that had, meant something for them because of their own job. So I think I hope this has demonstrated how a very rigorous academic type research, as this one was, can end up, providing recommendations that are highly practical. So, you have on the one hand something very rigorous underpinned by a lot of research, but on the other hand, being very realistic about what can be done and achieved within the context. And so there were workshops, and I thought, rather than masterclasses, but I thought it was a great opportunity. So when I was told that, the topics was on the curriculum and pedagogy assessment and the quality assurance in schools, I thought, well, in 1.5 hours, what can I do? Mathematical mind. I'm not a mathematician, but I thought, okay, I'll do half an hour on each one of those areas. And the way I approached it was really to use the findings from the research and try to apply that. So for curriculum and pedagogy, what came out in the research, if you remember, is what teachers were looking for is more support and understanding and change of mindset really around what fieldwork is about and how to have more types of activities to develop artistic skills. So we focused on this approach. And, in the feedback as well, what we heard was the findings is that teachers want more subject-based kind of ideas and examples of good practice to follow. So I organized all the participants, and there were lots of them, a bit less today, but there were lots of them, and they were very participative. So it was quite like being in my teacher's days, where I had to, recall people to order and to listening to each other. So that was really an inspiring thing. I had very little to intervene. Once the task was set, it was really wonderful to ask each subject table to reflect and share ideas of the kind of fieldwork and creative activities that they did in their schools, in their classroom, in their subjects. And I think there there are two things, two big mindset shifts that need to happen. One is understanding, I think, that actually hands-on activities, field work, all of this kind of teaching is not, whether you do content or whether you do activities. It is exactly the same thing. You are basically, you're covering exactly the same content, but in a different way, and in a way that is also much better, because students are much more likely to memorize the content if they have done it in this experiential way. So I don't think, this mindset of thinking, oh, we're not going to do that because we don't have the time. Some activities can take 5-10 minutes, but they are going to energize the student and they're going to help them memorize. So that's one mind shift. But another mind shift is to realize that the school grounds are a minefield of different areas that can be used to do all sorts of activities. And we had really great ideas. As I say, it was very noisy, and I thought maybe on a Friday afternoon, as an ex-teacher, was always the difficult part of the week, but still the teachers and the few principals that were there participated a lot. And we had loads of, I hope, good ideas that they will take away with them. And we had, how to involve, one example, which was not fieldwork or creative activity, but a teacher wanted to share about involving community and describe an activity that they do is to invite grandparents to the school and get the grandchildren and in the school to help them. The grandparents come with their phones, and the grandchildren help them download an Uber app and tell them how to use it. So you have this generational type of activity, bringing in the community, making the children really proud because they have something to teach their grandparents. So we had all sorts of activities, asking, having a kind of fieldwork actually that I hadn't thought about, which is a kind of fieldwork that you do the other way round. So as homework, you ask a student, for instance, to record all the noises for a class on sound in science, to record all the noises that they're listening to from when they leave school in the morning to when they are leaving home and reaching school. So, that's a kind of a fieldwork type of activity that is, a different way of approaching it that I hadn't heard before. So, sharing ideas, I think, is one way to do it, and I hope I modeled that. Certainly, in terms of engagement, I can say that it was there. So I thoroughly enjoyed all the session I've had, and I want to thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Dominic. And I have to say, I should have warned you that the teachers and principals who come to the conference often behave more rowdily than their students when they are here, but that's a loud classroom is a sign of good learning. We'll reflect on that. But now we are going to bring in reflection from Mizoram, the Board of Education leadership, to talk about. So we had a closed door session for 7 of the leaders of boards of education from Punjab, Assam, J&K, if I miss anything, Punjab, Himachal, and when you look at the challenge, it's very easy from the teachers and the students and parents' perspective to say, why can't CBSE do this? Why can't the Himachal board do this? But when it comes to them looking out, it's a different story. So we had, Ben did the valiant job of kind of rounding up and, making sense and reducing all the information that he had into some of the, challenges that we could deal with, or what was in our gift to support and address, and what was not in that sense. But I would like to call upon Mr. Alam to talk about the, what he heard and felt as we were discussing, in that sense.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Arnal Thamwana, representing the Mizoram Board of School Education. I'm not a public speaker. If Arif sir or Pankaj sir come up, then I think it will be more productive, but seems like I'm the youngest, so they pushed me here. So just a quick recap of these 2 days. This has been very eye-opening for us. What caught my attention most from yesterday's presentation was one of Dominic's slides discussing about this intended curriculum, the implemented curriculum, and the attained curriculum. So bridging this gap is the work for us. So you were discussing about how to handle these things. We will take this home with us. We will work upon this. We will do everything we can to bridge this gap. And from Dr. Asita's comments, I take away this one. Teachers are evaluated on the performance of the students. I think this sentence resonated with most of us. And one thing I would like to mention about this new NEP. Previously, when the NEP 1968 and 1986 come out, it is focusing only mostly on the students. We were talking about student-centered approach, learning without burden, all those things. But in this new NCF, it is focusing very much on the teachers. The new NCF, the new NEP is saying teachers are the torch bearers of change. Now, I would like to express, or I would like to say that I do not record who said this, but I have written down the sentence. With new reformations comes new challenges. Now we are about to face this new challenge. We need more guidance. Everybody needs guidance. CBSE is very lucky to have been working together with British Council. We will also contact our friends from CBSE. We will also need your help, your guidance. So thank you very much for inviting us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to all the boards of education who were here, and they spent their time, and we really reiterate that in future editions we'll be working with them. We're going to think about how best to engage and what support will be most valuable to all, because it's a lot of schools out there and a lot of children that we would like to reach out to. So with that, we come to the close of our conference. I wish you safe journeys to wherever you're going. And I would like to take this occasion to thank the British Council team who worked. There's some of them you've been able to see, but there are a lot of people who are working behind the scenes to ensure, that you're coming. There's good food available on time, and everything else goes, all the lights and all the slides and everything else works they should. There's a big live audience, a big thank you to them. Yesterday, we had 4,000 people who viewed overall, simultaneously 200 at a time, but over the period of, the whole 24 hours that we were monitoring the site, we have a large number. At the peak hour, we had 522 views simultaneously. And it was not just that the online audience was disengaged. We had a lot of questions coming from our online audience, some of which we are still trying to process. If you look at the live chat, it was a very active space. So we are very thankful to the online audience as well for engaging, because it's tough to engage online and remain engaged in that sense. So I think, because whenever we do these things, we reflect whether we want to have an online and live streaming. It's a extra kind of logistical exercise for us, but today we are very grateful that we took the decision to do it. So I am really grateful to all those who have joined us online as well. Thank you very much. Have safe journeys home. But the one thing that you can do is we have our photographer on standby. Any photos that you want to take. Dominique has said that she's been photographed most time in this conference than ever before. That's completely us, so please do enjoy yourself. Thank you very much. Good evening.
Thank you, Ritika. So as you said, this definitely concludes the 2-day wonderful school education conference. Just a moment, if you could kindly be seated and scan the QR code displayed on the screen. So this will lead you to a form where you can submit your details and share your valuable feedback. So the link to this QR code has also been circulated in the chat box. So the virtual audience can also fill up that feedback form. So either you can scan it from here or from outside near the registration desk, and we'll also be circulating the link on the WhatsApp group. Thank you again and have a good evening. Thank you.